Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. We're calling the regular meeting of the Ross-Town Council on Thursday, March 11th, 2021 to order. Linda, can you please take the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Breckus
Here.
and Councilmember Kircher,
Here.
Councilmember Cool,
Here.
and Councilmember Robbins,
Here.
Mayor McMillan.
Yes, here. Thank you. Has the agenda been posted?
Yes, it has.
Did anyone have any corrections to the meeting minutes?
Wait.
Have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved. Oh, second.
Okay, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus
Approve.
and Councilmember Kircher
Yes.
and Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
and Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Have the demands been met?
Yes, they have.
Now is the open time for public expression, and it's limited to 3 minutes per speaker for items not on the agenda. Linda, do you see anybody from the public who wishes to make a comment?
I'm looking. I do not see any raised hands at the moment.
Great. Thank you. Now for my mayor's report. Happy almost spring. It's gratifying to see so many Marin businesses and schools reopening and so many residents receiving vaccinations, positive signs that we are returning to a new normal. We all seem to be experiencing climate change, record-breaking warm temperatures, rainfall less than a third of normal, flowers and trees blooming earlier than ever, and the realization that California's fire season this year could be even worse than last, which broke all records. In late February, the Town Council held its annual strategic planning session with a review of the town goals. Recognizing the need to prioritize addressing climate change, we added a new town goal, quote, promote environmental stewardship. Since 2010, Ross has also had its own climate action plan and has reduced its greenhouse gases by 28% from 2005 to 2018, above the countywide average. In Marin, gas cars are the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases. After 2035, California will no longer sell gas cars, only electric vehicles. Councilmember Kircher and I have been participating in the county's Climate Action Committee. Recently, this committee heard a presentation from Drive Clean Bay Area. It offers free workshops to show why your next car should be an electric vehicle and provides some preferred pricing options. Please visit drivecleanbayarea.org to learn more. Also, at our strategic planning session, the council agreed to continue further discussion on installing an electric vehicle charger in the post office parking lot near Lagunitas. Finally, I am almost finished with Resilient Neighborhoods 5-part online session to help Marin residents reduce their carbon footprint. Resilient Neighborhoods has eliminated more than 8.6 million pounds of annual CO2 emissions. I encourage you to do your part to reduce your home's climate footprint. 2 more free online sessions start later this month on March 25th in the afternoons or March 31st in the evenings. Please sign up at resilientneighborhoods.org. Next, council committee and liaison reports. Anybody? Elizabeth Robbins.
So I don't know if you all know, but I've been serving on the economic recovery meeting, which has been going on for about a year. And there are a few little things that have come, that have come the way of the county. And one of them is some federal relief funding, about $1 million for county small businesses. Only about 20% of it goes to areas outside of Novato and San Rafael. But in any case, there are some grants and free money, and Patrick let our business owners know about this opportunity. So, there's a little bit of help out there if we should be lucky enough that any of our businesses win the lottery, it is a lottery, to get some of the money.
Thank you. Anybody else? Bill?
Just a quick report on MCE, formerly Marin Clean Energy. I attended the Board of Directors meeting in February. This was mostly a meeting to reorganize because there are a number of new members now to the MCE board, representing various local entities within our 4-county area. And quite technical discussion, but very interesting about the effects of COVID on the energy market and how that has affected MCE, which buys energy, clean energy, and distributes it through PG&E. And it definitely has had a budgetary impact, but actually MCE has come through fairly well. There's some areas where they've done better, some areas where they've done worse. Not unlike, I think, most of the entities in Marin County. There's been a fiscal impact which varies depending on the particular area. They are continuing to move forward though with their programs. They are experiencing some changes in the availability of grant money that is affecting their programs. To some extent, they promote clean energy by using grants primarily from the state government. And some of those are in sort of a suspense situation right now. So anyway, nothing dramatic to report, but MCE is continuing to do its good work on behalf of all of us.
Bill. Anyone else? All right, item 8, staff and community reports, town manager.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Over this weekend, we opened up the common, the playing field after it was reseeded over the winter. It's looking very green and lush. In the coming months, we're going to begin the master plan for the Commons landscape rehabilitation, looking at the pathways, landscaping, and gateway connections to the downtown post office and other areas. It is a wonderful space, but there is opportunities to improve it further as we look to renovate the parks and some of the older parts of the park. And so look forward to that. And obviously there will be public meetings involved in that. The outdoor dining events, we're looking to get that started again in April when things warm up again and it's light a little longer. So look for that in the coming month to get started again. And lastly, I just want to ask, that residents continue to support our downtown residents and businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Next is the Ross Property Owners Association. Linda, I believe it's Mark Fritz who's giving the report tonight.
Okay, I will let him in.
There he is.
And Mark?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. We'll do a quick little update on the activities of the RPOA. Right now, we are currently in our membership drive. We are about 50% of our way through the total revenue we usually get, membership dues we usually get throughout the year. So we're a little ahead of the pace. So that's looking good. And in concert with that, the Ross Auxiliary is still having their sale for their directories. So those of you who are listening in, please take a look at purchasing that. That helps go to the revenues for the Ross Auxiliary. Some of this project updates that we have going on right now, we're getting pretty close to the installation of the new drinking fountain up at Natalie Coffin Green Park. So thank you, Joe, for the work on that. We are planning for another installment of the hanging flower baskets on the Common starting in the spring. So look for those as well. And the residents may have noticed some improvements in the interior of our post office, thanks to some of the artwork by some of our very own Ross residents. So we continue to try to improve that as visually as possible. On the Ross Auxiliary side, we are doing a fundraising activity for a renovation of the playground at Ross School, the one in the back next to the basketball courts. So you'll look for some information on that in the coming weeks. They are planning a spring hunt activity on March 27th, which is a scavenger hunt that's run across the town. So there's some information from the Ross Auxiliary on that activity. Some of the future projects we have going on, we're looking at taking a look at the renovation of the Natalie Coffin Green Park sign. We're going to talk to Joe about that one. Also, some improvements for our portable restrooms, looking at building some visual shields so that we could make those a little more attractive. The one at the parking lot downtown and the one up at Natalie Coffin Green Park. We're also having some conversations with the Marin Art and Garden Center to see if we can put some programs together to make that a more inclusive environment for families with younger kids. There's been some feedback that we could help them make that more attractive to a younger family audience. And then, of course, we're involved in conversations around the flood projects that are happening in town. So we're going to be, as part of that conversation, we'll have some representatives there. And that's our update.
Thank you, Mark. It's great work. We all really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for all the support.
Next, item 9, the consent agenda. Does any council member wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Linda, can you see if any member of the public wishes to pull any matter from the consent agenda?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, great. So could we have a motion to approve our consent agenda, please?
Move to approve.
Second,
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus
Aye.
and Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool? Councilmember Cool, you're on mute.
Just give a thumbs up.
And Councilmember Robbins, you're on mute as well.
aye.
And Mayor McMillan.
Yes, please.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 10, public hearing on planning projects, Part 1, 96 Laurel Grove Avenue, design review and hillside lot permit, and town council consideration of adoption of resolution number 2196. Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Planner Matthew Weintraub. The project at 96 Laurel Grove Avenue proposes to construct a new pool and equipment enclosure behind the existing residence. The project complies with all zoning regulations, including setbacks. The project is subject to discretionary review only because it exceeds the grading thresholds for ministerial review in the municipal code. The ADR group reviewed the project and recommends approval as proposed, and staff recommends adoption of resolution number 2196, approving design review and hillside lot permit to allow the project to proceed to the construction phase. That concludes my brief summary, and thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Any council members with questions? Matthew, do you know if the applicant wishes to make any kind of a statement?
I believe they are present, but I don't believe they wish to make a statement or need to make a statement.
Okay, great. And anyone from the public, Linda, who wants to make a comment?
I'm not seeing any raised hands, Mayor.
Great. So let's bring it back. Any discussion, or could we just have a motion to approve this?
Move to approve.
Second,
All right, let's take the vote. Councilmember Breckus, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
And Councilmember Robbins?
aye.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye, thank you.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now to the administrative agenda, item number 11, discussion and town council decision on what town facilities, police, fire, paramedic, and administrative to include in a master plan to modernize within Ross. Joe.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And Patrick will be sharing the screen. So give that a moment to get it called up. So thank you. The item tonight is a discussion and council decision related to which facilities to modernize in the town of Ross related to police, fire, paramedic, and administrative facilities. We have been discussing this item at public town council meetings for the last 8 months. If you go to the next slide. The police station and fire station are physically and functionally obsolete with significant structural deficiencies. Both were built in 1927, long before the 1986 Essential Service Act, ESA for short, which established the requirements for public safety building construction. Public safety personnel generally consider the Ross police and fire stations to be in the worst physical and functional condition of any station in Marin County. Modern fire and paramedic facilities are designed to create travel paths for personnel from living spaces to the apparatus bays, ensuring fast response times. Since 2005, firefighters have been sleeping in a portable not connected to the building. Other living spaces and dorms are distanced from the fire trucks and ambulances. A portion of the fire station was permanently closed a few years ago due to the poor building conditions and unsafe conditions of it. The portion of the building with the police facilities was originally constructed as a house and later converted to the police station. The floor plan does not begin to meet the standards for a modern police facility, and its condition has been deteriorating for decades. In addition to the police station, fire station, and paramedic facilities, the town is considering constructing space to house administrative staff, a majority of who are located in the portable behind Town Hall. And we have a video to show about the condition, and the voice you will hear is your police chief, Eric Masterson, who has been the chief for 10 years here.
I've been here at the Ross Police Department for about 10 years, and the condition of the building is markedly worse than it was when I first got here. And it wasn't in very good condition when I arrived, especially the police building. It's not designed to be an office building. It's designed to be bedrooms and bathrooms and living rooms. And the building is very old and it's deteriorating. There hasn't been a lot of maintenance and upkeep over the years. So there's a lot of things that don't work. The building on the far end, the Parker residence, wasn't even occupied. The manager had agreed to provide the fire department with some money to fix up a portion of the Parker residence to utilize some space in that building. So they began to open up walls, and they had to stop pretty quickly because they recognized that there was active mold in several areas of the building where it wasn't safe to proceed. So when we found out about that, we closed off the building because it was still being used as a workout space by the fire department. I remember looking in there because the police department stored items over there as well. And I remember having to step carefully because there's a couple of areas in that building where the floor is deteriorated and it's fallen through. So you could step through the floor and actually hurt yourself. Well, it always has affected the work of the departments. Because we're a small town, most of the staff members wear a multitude of hats. And one of the hats I wear is taking care of the police and fire building. So I spend a lot of time fixing issues that come up, the roofs leaking, electrical issues, plumbing issues, contacting contractors, arranging for work to be done, checking on work to be done. And sometimes recognizing that one fix led to another fix that led to another fix, because as they open up things, they find there's more problems. You can make use of this building short term, but it's coming apart. And eventually you're going to have to fix it. And the cost of repairing or replacing or building a new building is not going to go down. You know, that cost is going to increase over time. But to replace the building and have a building that's functional, that meets today's standards, that's going to stand the test of time, that's not going to crumble around your ears, that you're not putting dead money into. You know, we're going to continue to make small repairs like the windows, like the roofs, like the air conditioning systems. And that's dead money. That's money that you're wasting. So it's much better spent building a new building that's actually functional.
As we mentioned, the building, and I think that highlights some of the building. Obviously, it is in it is in poor condition. Some will say fair condition in places, but you go throughout it as those images showed. And you had the original fire station that was built and the two houses. In between them, there were connections added that were built several decades after that, but they were really subpar construction to begin with. So these connections between the two houses, the one marked police, the other's marked red tagged, that's the part we've had to permanently close down. As we mentioned, since 2005, the firefighters have been sleeping in the fire portable, which is behind the red tag portion. You can see that is quite a ways away from the bays. A majority, as we mentioned, of the town staff is housed in a portable behind town hall. The site itself has it's been a hodgepodge of these buildings put together over time. They're not efficiently laid out. It's inefficient how it's spread out. The fire bays ideally should be located where they started on Sir Francis Drake. Instead, you have them behind at the back end of the building, which creates a lot of safety travel pathway issues because there's only one way in and one way out of this parcel for fire staff, police staff, all other town staff, and the public. And you get conflicts of cars as you know, an ambulance or a police car, fire engines coming out, and somebody's pulling into the same narrow driveway. You know, there's oftentimes I've seen on occasions as I look out on Sir Francis Drake, and it does take time to get out, that I see the Kentfield engine ahead of our engine being able to get out of the site. You know, I'll see the Kentfield engine first turning on Laurel Grove or on Lagunitas before our Ross engine here gets out of the site and behind it. And you also have a flooding of the parcel. The bays, and when the 100-year storm comes, the water goes through the fire bays. On heavy storms, we have to move all the cars in the parking lot across the street to Magic. The parking lot, even the 7-year storms of years ago, much of the parking lot's unusable. Obviously, we need to get it raised up over time. If you could go to the next slide. We had in 2016 and again in June of 2020, we had Construction Development Solutions, CDS, conduct a property condition assessment of the property, and they found a number of buildings, systems, and components with a diminished level of integrity and capacity. This is due to them exceeding the limits of their life expectancy. In addition, there's non-compliance with Essential Service Act requirements for public safety construction. Given the issues related to non-compliance with ESA due to the building's use as a public safety structure and deficiencies found in the building, the cost of reconstruction within this existing building footprint would likely equal or exceed that of a ground-up facility for public safety. This finding is similar to what the council was told in 2010 by MAC 5, a construction management firm, that the cost of remodeling the building was more than the cost of constructing a new facility. In addition, if the existing building is to be completely remodeled and rehabilitated to meet ESA and current building standards, there is still all those physical site constraints with the building footprint that mentioned before and the traffic trying to get in and out. You can see some of the photos, the buildings in the next slides. These are, and you saw some in the video, these are part of your active, this slide here, this is part of your existing police and fire station. The photo on the left and top right are in the fire station. The bottom right is the police station. The mechanical and plumbing systems are at the end of their life. Significant water damage, mold, pest damage throughout. And as Chief mentioned, once you open it up, you find another issue, get to that issue, and then there's another issue under that. Moving on to, we've been looking at a variety of different service options of what facilities do we have on the site. We've started with at least 8 different building options related to various combinations of services to provide from the site in different locations. We now have before you 3 alternatives, the primary options being alternative A, which is a joint police and administration building, modular paramedic quarters with no fire station. The estimated cost for this is $14.6 million. We have a lower cost option, which doesn't include paramedic facilities as a $12.2 million. And then with a joint use, alternative C's, the joint use police and fire station, including paramedic quarters and new administrative space adjoining the town hall. And the estimated cost of this is $28.4 million. In none of these options are we talking about town hall itself. So this is all related to the other facilities. We've had extensive public meeting process and public engagement on this topic over the last 8 months. In this time, we have had the most public participation, as far more people attending public meetings than on any topic. And even tonight, I'm looking at, there's more people at this meeting than you could get into town hall, which has been a number of these meetings. We have also received many phone calls and email questions and requests for information to staff, and we've responded to every one of them. I very much have welcomed those calls and people reaching out throughout this process. And in general, we've received extensive community input and comments, including our questionnaire. At the August 13th, 2020 council meeting, which about 8 months ago, we covered the 3 studies that really became part of the foundation of this. The Citygate Associates Comprehensive Standards of Coverage Assessments, which provided a foundation for analyzing and planning for fire and paramedic services. That study was completed in September 2019. At that time, we had Citygate presenting at the town council that. And it was also presented at the Ross Valley Fire Department Board. We had the CDS building assessment discussed earlier, which was complete in 2020. And we also brought the McGrath Architects and Facility Replacement Program and Budget Study, which was complete in July 2020 here. And Mary McGrath is here tonight to talk about the costs and the facilities. I want to note that all costs presented in the McGrath Architects, and they specialize in fire, police, and government buildings, are based on a rough concept of the square footage needs of these facilities. The plans will be refined as we go through the master plan and really design the facilities to be constructed. And the costs are based on actual square foot cost of competitively bid projects in the Bay Area, including recent fire stations and other public facilities throughout. You can see in the 8 months, we've sent many, well, then moving on, we did have the October 29th work session, community workshop, where we gathered input from the residents and talked about the service impacts, various options. We got great input, and that allowed us to create a frequently asked question document. And in addition, helped lead to the community questionnaire that went out in December of 2020. For the community workshop and that questionnaire, we had hired MIG consultants, which helped facilitate the workshop and put together the questionnaire. And we got a good response from the questionnaire. We had 336 responses out of only 837 properties in Ross, a very good rate of return. We emailed the survey to every address in Ross and had multiple townwide emails, morning after cover. And overall, this project's been on the morning after cover 6 times. We've created a project information website page really early, which has all the materials on. And as we said, we've always been available to answer questions. And with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Fire Chief Jason Weber. He's our Ross Valley Fire Department Chief, as well as the Marin County Fire Chief. And he will discuss the fire and paramedic services and operational considerations in Ross.
Thank you, Joe. Can you hear me? Alrighty, appreciate everybody tonight. I'll start by saying we understand this is an emotional decision for the community to make, and there are trade-offs associated with the decision. I hope tonight to be able to give you some data to help your community, the council, make the decision about fire services, EMS services, general emergency services in the community. We would not be in front of you recommending a decision or providing information about a decision to close a fire station if we didn't think it was a community choice. If we felt strongly one way or another that this would cause significant impacts, we would make that statement and work with the community on it. We did a study, as Joe mentioned, to take a look at the data, see what the response times look like, number of fires, number of EMS incidents, to help inform the decision. It's important for the community to understand there isn't a law or regulation on the level of fire and EMS services a community provides. So it is really a community choice, and a lot of it has to do with the affordability of the services that you can provide. Like anything else, it has trade-offs. I think we enjoy right now a high level of services in Ross between the ambulance and the fire truck, and understanding that our firefighters are EMTs and paramedics in some cases, and it's that level of definitive care in a certain period of time that we're looking for and trying to achieve. So when I go through these slides, that may help frame the conversation, and certainly I'll be available for any follow-up questions if they come. So just as a little bit of background, and this was, as Joe mentioned, we went over this previously at a council meeting. We thought it was important to revisit it tonight with the questions that have come up. Ross is one of 4 members of a joint powers authority that makes up the Ross Valley Fire Department. So the other members are San Anselmo, Sleepy Hollow, and Fairfax. And collectively, there are 4 stations across the service area, one being in Ross, the other in downtown San Anselmo, at the entrance to Sleepy Hollow there in Butterfield Road, and then in Fairfax. The daily staffing is 2 firefighters on the engine and 1 battalion chief for a total of 9 personnel. And then the ambulance that is part of the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority is staffed with 2 county firefighters that are also paramedics, and they're part of the response as well. Medic unit covers from Highway 101 to Woodacre, so it's a broader area. There's 2 ambulances that cover the greater Ross Valley. Next slide, Joe. So a little bit about the call data. This is what we expect in a community such as Ross, a relatively low number of incidents. It's not a massive demand on the system, and that's a good thing. We don't want to be in a situation where we're in a crisis like some of our inner cities with call volume that is difficult to meet. So overall, in the 2-year period, there were just over 600 calls for service. About half of those required a lights and sirens. So that means an emergency, like a significant medical emergency, a fire, or other. A lot of it, those other calls, don't necessarily require those lights and sirens because they're not life-threatening. And we talk about those dispatches next, what those are. So to no surprise, large quantity of those calls are medical calls. And the fire department and ambulance respond. And the reason for that is that we have more fire engines than we have ambulances. As I discussed, the greater Ross Valley only has 2 ambulances, but probably around 10 fire trucks available to the system. And those firefighters are cross-trained as well as either EMTs or paramedics. And that makes up the vast majority of the calls. There were 7 dispatches to fires with 3 actual fire occurrences. Again, which is typical of a community like Ross. And about 10% of the rest of the calls were calls for assistance. So that could be anything from a storm-related incident to assist a resident getting back into bed, those kind of things. Ross overall enjoys a relatively low total response time of about 7 minutes and 55 seconds. That may seem high because you think, why does it take us, 7 minutes and 55 seconds to get somewhere? This is an average number. The actual travel time number is around 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So when you add the call processing times in the dispatch center to the firefighters putting on their equipment or their gear, getting on the fire truck, and then arriving, that's when we get that cumulative number of about 7 minutes and 55 seconds. We recognize that a change in service, closing the fire station and removing the fire truck, would increase the call processing time and arrival on average about 2 minutes. And that means we'd be receiving an engine company from another area. And that would either be San Anselmo or Kenfield next door. Keeping the ambulance in Ross, which is one of the recommendations that's in front of you, would handle, be available about 85% of the time for those medical calls, which I believe is just about 90% of the call volume. So 85% of the time, we wouldn't have a net change in time of arrival for definitive care. And that other 15% of the time, your definitive care would be coming from a fire truck in one of those adjacent fire stations that I mentioned before. Next slide, Joe. So we talked about where would those resources come from. The San Anselmo station is 1.1 miles away, and the Kenfield Fire Station is just over a half a mile away at 0.65. That's to town hall. So of course that would differ a little bit depending on where your residence is or business in the community. Most likely after negotiations and discussions with JPA partners, the majority of the time the engine company would come from the San Anselmo station because Ross would remain a member of that fire JPA. It's important also to note that we're really boundaryless in Marin County. And that's for a good reason, that the closest, most appropriate resource is who we want to go to those calls. So in the event of a fire, the engines from different departments respond regardless of the jurisdiction. And that's a change from the days, even 20 or 30 years ago, when departments had a lot of volunteers and they would respond in addition to your paid engine, and you would only call for a neighboring jurisdiction under mutual aid if you felt it was necessary. Over time, that's adjusted. We've lost a lot of volunteers for obvious reasons, that it's a huge commitment. training and safety wise. And so now we rely on each other in neighboring jurisdictions for that. One of the things I think is important to note, you can see it in this data, is that the fire station being 0.65 miles away and 1.1 miles away, we would never build fire stations in their locations that they're at today. This really comes from history. And if you notice, most downtowns and smaller towns have a fire hall that's been adapted into a fire station that is adjacent to or right around the center of town. And often the fire station was a center of town, especially in the early 1900s. As things developed around that downtown center, those fire stations remained there. After consolidations of agencies and other fire stations added, you look through the Ross Valley and you wouldn't have the same number of stations. They would be more strategically located. But as your community and the council is well aware of, the costs of acquiring land and then building are really prohibitive from changing the location of all the fire stations in the entire county to better serve. Next bullet point just talks about the Ross engine and as part of a system, and we consider the fire protection in this county as a system. The Ross engine left the town of Ross 145 times to assist a neighboring agency, either through mutual aid, automatic aid, or just part of the greater response in the Ross Valley, and only had a need to have engines respond into Ross 18 times. And again, the nature of this community, that's not a surprise in the data. And this piece talks a little bit about the homes in Ross being sprinklered, which is a great way to prevent a fire escaping from an incipient phase to free burning and ultimately flashover. And 20% of the homes in Ross have sprinkler systems. The ordinance that we have in place states that anytime a substantial remodel is done in a home, so greater than 50% or other factors, a sprinkler system would be added by code. Next slide. I think that might be it actually, Joe.
Thank you, Chief. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mary McGrath, the architect that helped develop the plans, and she specializes, and her firm specializes in public buildings. And with that, I will turn it over to Mary.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for the opportunity for me to went through what we used to develop our cost models. So when we first started meeting with the city, the town staff and the police and the fire department, we went through their operations, toured all the facilities, spent some time talking about how they work and how they work relative to the community. And that helped us to develop a space needs outline for the facilities, the different varieties of types of responses for the fire station, how the police station functions, and then ultimately into looking at the town hall and how to accommodate the staff moving out of the trailer building. I've been doing these public facilities with a focus on police and fire since 1990, and I've seen huge evolutions in fire operations and police operations through the years. And so we applied that knowledge to developing the space needs for the departments. So that's what got us our building square footage. We did room layouts to confirm that we had the operations correct. So the next area that we looked at was the site, and we did several site arrangement models, just taking blocks and putting them on the site to see how much of the site improvement, how much of the area would need to be improved. One of the goals on the site arrangement studies was to align the response path with the intersection so that that was a connection and simplified the traffic at the intersection of the street that ties into it. So that helped us define our improvement area, and that was the square footage we used for the site improvement construction budget. The third thing we did is done quite a few fire stations in the Bay Area recently, And then I reached out to colleagues who's also specialized in fire stations and gathered as much data as I can to advise on cost per square foot. And I have some tables to show you, and an example to show you of a recently built fire stations and what they've cost. And the final thing, and I think it's so important, and it's sometimes it's hard to understand the amount of adequate contingencies you need to see a program like this through to the end. You know, the citizens, when they vote on something, want it to be on time and on budget. And if you don't have proper contingencies, it's very difficult to do that. So through the years, we've tested the contingencies, and there's just some industry standards that we try to stick to that have proven to be right on. So those are the 4 elements: building square footage, contingencies, site area, and recent public safety costs. So when we made the assumptions talking about how we would evaluate what the type of project it would be, we knew that the building or buildings wanted to have a minimum 50-year lifespan. I think what you probably would know is that it's probably going to be there for 7,500 years. We designed for 50, and then hopefully the finishes and the design has to be durable to last for that. Another element is that we designed for NFPA, that's the Fire Protection Agency criteria for fire stations. And they have, as the health and safety of firefighters has been more and more important, there's a lot of different operational spaces and needs, like separating turnout gear from their out bays and their living quarters to make it a safer facility. The same with police stations. We just finished the City of San Rafael's Public Safety Center, and making a safe and efficient modern police station. It's an essential facility, and it has a lot of various specialty items. So we needed to make sure the budget could accommodate that. I say obviously, but yes, it has to be sustainable in both design and operations. And the biggest thing I hear, you know, we're designers, so we know and we appreciate sustainable design. But working for fire departments and municipalities all over the state, having it be maintainable is just so critical. And those are cost drivers. And finally, we knew that it had to complement the existing town hall in design style and quality. And it's a beautiful town hall. And that sort of detailing kind of will drive some of the cost drivers as well. So those are the 4 elements, that the basic assumptions we made when we looked at costs per square foot. So here's a really direct budget comparison. San Rafael Fire Station 57. San Rafael and the County of Marin developed this facility together. This is where San Rafael provides services to County of Marin area. You may be familiar with it if you go to the Civic Center. It's a brand new station right at the base of the Marin Civic Center. It's similar in size and development area as your project, and it had to, you know, it had to pay respect to the architectural heritage of the Civic Center in its design. So I was able to get from the city the final, all the final costs for this project. And the construction costs, these are construction numbers, 9.9 million for the building and the site. And I took out 2 things that did not relate, which was a fuel cleanup that hopefully we wouldn't have. We had almost 700,000 of diesel contamination we had to clean up. And so 9.9 is the site and the fire station. The total square footage of the fire station is 9,927 square feet. Our site area is 31,000 square feet approximately. So these are really close to your numbers for the big project. So the cost per square foot when things are rounded was $993 a square foot. So to understand that this is the final construction number. This is what kind of what I say when you open the contractor's envelope on bid day. These are construction numbers. And then we added in change orders to get a final cost. And this is the cost that we have used to budget the project. So we escalated 5% from the date it was completed. So for comparison's sake, about $1,042 a square foot would be the cost for your project for comparison. On this project, this 9,900 square foot project, the overall final cost, including construction and soft costs, was $13.5 million. So I created this example so you could see in your budget where these hard costs, construction costs are. So let's go to the next slide. It's a little difficult to read, so I highlighted it. So we have the hard costs that are relative to that number are the station, the police department, the addition to town hall, on-site improvements, the site import fill, off-site improvements, and specialty equipment. So those are, if you open the contractor's envelope on your project, apples to apples, it would be these numbers added together, which is a little bit over $15 million. And then I divided by the total square footage and got to $993 per square foot. Very similar to the cost per square foot that this project just ended up in 2019. So that told me that we're on track with our hard costs, because there's a hard cost, and then this is where the discussion on contingencies happens. When we started the San Rafael project, we had project design unknowns, construction contingencies, and escalation in our budget. And we used every cent of that money to get to our project completion. Design unknowns, what we found out on that project is that we had to put the fire station, we had to move the fire station and get it and do fill off the site. So there was some design unknowns on the site work. We had to move a storm drain. So that was quite a bit of added construction costs due to a design item that we didn't know about when we were budgeting. Construction contingency. This is money that is spent when you're under construction. There are change orders, no doubt about it. And it is industry standard to carry 10%. That's recommended in public contracting code, to carry a minimum of 10% when you start construction. And the final one, which is escalation, cost escalation, inflation. We've done a lot of studies with some well-known cost estimating companies who study construction trends. And so there's going to be escalation, no doubt about it. What we counted for here was 5% per annum, and we counted it for 24 months. So you take that percentage and you times your hard construction costs to get an allowance for construction escalation costs. And that gets us to the bottom line of our cost per square foot and our hard costs for construction. So that, if you go back to the previous slide, is it's this number with contingencies and escalation, the construction contingencies and escalation, which gets us to, I think it's 1,500 square feet. So that's how we've done budgeting. This is the industry, very standard of how you budget for a project that you haven't even started any design work. you're trying to cover unknowns. And this is what really helps you get set up for success in a project budget. So we can go to the next slide. So you know that $1,000, $1,000 per square foot that I just showed for the San Rafael 57 when it's escalated. I was working with a colleague who provided me this information yesterday so we could bring you more than a few projects. He's a well-known architect in the Bay Area and was gracious enough to share this data that he developed for another client. And if you look at that number, that hard construction cost number for older projects and newer projects when escalated is around 1,100 to, you know, the low liar here is $884 per square foot. And I have to tell you, that's Chief Weber's new metal Butler Building station. That's for metal Butler Building. They're expensive buildings. But that was the basis for how the budgets were developed. Kind of, there's a new project out in Santa Rosa. You may have read the newspaper. They are doing the same planning exercises for their project, and they're coming up with a overall project budget, design and construction for $20 million for a 10,000 square foot fire station. So I don't think our numbers are overstated. We can let's go back to that slide. I wanted to address, so I did review the letter from Mr. Dong, and you know, there's 4 areas where I think that the budgets are a little bit misguided. And the 2 primary ones are the building cost per square foot and the overall site cost per square foot. Our experience is that those numbers don't reflect the complexity and requirements for either a police station or a fire station. They're essential facilities. They have security criteria. They have health safety concerns. They're all emergency power. So I believe that those values, especially the police station, is the police station's less than half of what I would expect it to be in development costs. Having just finished the one in San Rafael, they have a lot of specialty systems. We didn't make it higher than the fire department only because it doesn't have a holding cell. It just has all the other functional elements. So the costs on that spreadsheet, I think the cost per square foot of those 2 buildings are low. I think that the site cost per square foot, I think we had shown 50 and there was an estimate of 30. I think that it is quite low. It doesn't reflect the type of paving sections that you need for a public safety building where you're having heavy apparatus drive over it. Something new I'm finding is really expensive is that we have to do bioretention basins. So we have to hold all of the rain runoff on site and filter it out. And those are big concrete basins in some cases, and it's quite expensive. I was talking with my cost estimator, and they say that for a flat, undeveloped site, you can plan on $35 a square foot. For a really complex urban site, you could plan on 85. We thought we were somewhere in the middle, so we used a value of 50, which is similar to what I used for San Rafael. And then the final element of the spreadsheet is that escalation wasn't carried beyond 3%. And that's a $2 million difference in numbers. And I think you have to expect escalation. It's part of the construction world. And so that in itself is a huge number that I think is not quite right. And then everything builds off of those numbers, the percentages of fees, all of that kind of develops from that final hard cost number. So that's the presentation. I look forward to hearing more questions at the end of that presentation.
Thank you, Mary. And I do want to mention a few things building on Mary's. If you noticed that San Rafael station that came in at 13.4 million total cost, that was before, or 13.5, not including their special case of a 600,000, making a 14 million. And a lot of projects, there are some special cases. And you got to remember that was bid, even that 14 million just for the same size fire station. So the Dong, and that was with a 2017 bid. So compare 14 million, we're not going to be constructing till probably 2024 at good time, you know. So this is maybe 2023, the absolute fastest, but likely 2024, 2025. So you got to look. This cost with the 2017 build was at 14 million. The Dong number said you could build everything, fire station, a police station, and administration all for 16 million. Well, we got a 14 million from 2017. We're not building until probably the 2024 if things move well. You also need to look like on the site cost. She was mentioned there's unforeseen. Well, even Mary's numbers have an offsite cost of 250,000. We know that's too low already. We have undergrounding, and if the intersection does come out, the lights changes there, that's going to be, could get up to, you know, $750,000 to $1 million. So right there, we're going to need some of the contingency to do the undergrounding, the traffic signal, all the offsite work. In effect, Mary's number's low. I see, well, you're using some of the construction contingencies are unknowns for that. But with that, I'm going to now move on, and thank you, Mary, to the community questionnaire survey. And as we mentioned, and you can roll it, Patrick, were 336 people responded. We sent a postcard to every home in every property in Ross, many townwide emails. 98% of the respondents live or own property in Ross. We ran the questionnaire online from December 3rd to 30th. And we also got a high response of people entering comments and feedback, and had and a number of people would call staff as they were doing it. So it was very good. Going to the questions themselves, and it is pretty illuminating, and it was actually kind of surprising go through. You know, the first question was, what is your highest priority public safety needs, and rank it 1 through 3. And a medical emergency response was number 1. Followed pretty darn closely by police in the community. And then the third, but farther down, significantly further down, still very important, but further down were the wildfire and structure fires. And that was then followed by flooding, and obviously not that many on the PSPS preparedness. But obviously you see the importance, you'll see a pattern emerging in these questions. And this is, and you know, these first 2 questions are just what's the most important. You go to question 2, and it's showing what level of priority do you believe in it is to, and the highest, we had 4 choices, the highest number 1, and was, in this case, it kind of flipped that last question. Number 1 was keep police staff and departments in town. And number 2, really closely behind, was keep paramedic services in town. And so you see that emerging to question 1 and 2, setting up, you know, the importance of the paramedics, police. And third, following down, was keep the fire engine station in Ross to maintain the current response time. And then at a more neutral level was replace outdated town facilities. Then you go to the tax questions. Knowing in any of these cases, we have a cost range from 12.2 million to 28.4 million. That there is going to have to be a tax measure needed to help support any of these facility options. And what is the willingness to pay? Well, on the option that said replace police, paramedic, and administrative, and remember how important police and paramedics were on that, 63%, a very strong 63% said yes to tax for that, with 28% no and 9% I don't know. You go to the next question, and this actually surprised, was of the willingness to add those other facilities and add the fire station. So this had police, paramedic, the fire station, admin. We went down to only 31% for said yes to that. And 55% were no, and 13% I don't know. Well, starting from a 31%, any tax measure needs a 2/3 level of support. So we are, a long way from 2/3 level of support relate to this. But when you look at even absent the tax questions, you read questions 1 and 2, and you're starting to see a pattern emerge. The key findings from the community survey, and we presented all of this at the January council meeting, so this is a repeat, but it was the importance of public safety. The most concern, obviously, as I said, the top 2 were medical emergency response and police remaining in the community, and followed by the wildfire safety. There is preference for the lower cost option of replacing police, paramedic, and administrative. But as I said, and strong support for a tax at that level. That being said, that isn't the lowest cost option. The lowest would be not to have paramedics, but you can see from the survey, there's such strong support for $2 million. It seems well worth to have paramedics included in the package. So there is a lower cost option, but I think this not the lowest, but the next tier up would be from the community standpoint, given the importance of paramedic services here. And remember, the paramedics are also firefighters. They're not just paramedics, they are Marin County firefighters who are on their rotation here as paramedics. So they do go to the fires too. In the other findings, there was a lot of concerns about cost and taxes. A lot of people concerned about higher taxes. And then people wanting information on the cost benefit of keeping a fire station in town, rehabilitation versus rebuilding, and the alternative options. Next I want to talk about, and I'm almost done, is potential funding sources. So we have these cost ranges of 12.2 million to 28.4 million before you. The town's on target to have saved $7 million when we can start construction in several years. We are going to need some financing. Obviously, all these options are more than 7 million, or may well be at 7.5 million at that point. But we will need voter financing, and that needs a 2/3 voter approval. We did have the discussion, there's a possibility to have donations or contributions. And at the last meeting, the January 11th meeting, there was a discussion that some town residents were interested to see if private fundraising could fund the additional cost of the fire station, the $13.8 million that we're discussing. It was recommended by the council to, bring this item and hear about it to the March 11th, this meeting, to provide the private fundraisers sometimes to explore the viability of fundraising for the fire facility costs, receive more feedback from the community, and have council make the decision on the facilities to reconstruct. The report back, the private fundraising efforts did not yield that much interest within the community to be able to raise much of the money towards the approximately 13.8 million costs to construct the fire facilities along with the other facilities. So I think that option where this has been on the list, and obviously we're always going to look if there's any grant opportunities or others but those don't come up as much. You know, your two primary funds are also obviously going to be for the funds we have on hand and the financing mechanism. And that brings us, you know, to the process. We've had 8 months of community engagement, workshops, and council meetings from August 2020 to March 2021 on this facilities topic. Tonight, we're looking for council decision on what facilities does the council want to reconstruct and modernize at this site. Following the council decision on what facilities to reconstruct, the town will hire a master plan consultant to move the project forward, look at the various options of how those facilities can be reconstructed and built, further developing the concept and the design for the site facilities. And there will be a number of options, I'm sure, coming up through that of how to build whatever select facilities you decide should be constructed. There's going to be significant public participation opportunities as part of the master plan design process. Environmental analysis, which will include the preparation of an initial study, public scoping meetings, and the development of environmental analysis that will run concurrently with the development of the facilities master plan through 2021 and 2022. The plan has always been to evaluate the impacts to historic resources as part of the CEQA analysis. Related to future ballot measure, it would likely occur after the certification of the environmental review and council approval of the facilities master plan. So it's several years down the line. Depending on the option selected by the town council, what facilities to construct, other negotiations and agreements with other entities may be needed. For example, if the council elects not to reconstruct the fire station in Ross, then the Ross Valley Fire Department JPA would need to be renegotiated with all 4 partners of the JPA, San Anselmo, Fairfax, Ross, and Sleepy Hollow. In addition, there could be impacts to related existing labor contracts to look at with the firefighters. Additionally, an agreement may be needed with the Kentfield Fire Protection District for services provided. In addition, there's a new lease agreement that we would be looking to with the Ross Valley Fire Paramedic Authority to stay on site. This is the midpoint of their service range. So this is an ideal spot for the Paramedic Authority to be located. It's likely when we go through this, expectations like in the JPA negotiation, our annual, if we did not provide the fire service from here, our annual operating costs will go down from what they currently are, from our current 2.2 million. So after that, we could, it's really what we're looking for tonight is a recommendation, or the staff recommendation is that council discuss and decide on which facilities to include in the facilities master plan in Ross. And you have the alternatives, the 3 alternatives we've presented. And obviously there's always alternative D, a different mix of facilities than the alternatives, but and staff and consultants are available for questions.
Thank you, Joe and Mary and Chief Weber. Council members, questions? I have a question. Oh, Beach, go ahead.
Joe, could you explain why our costs, our yearly costs for providing fire service would go down if we eliminate our fire station?
There'll be several reasons. And part of the reason our costs are significantly higher on a per capita basis than our partners is because we have one station for only 874 houses or 2,500 people. I'll convert houses to people. In the case of San Anselmo and Fairfax, Fairfax has one station for 7,500 people. Combining San Anselmo and Sleepy Hollow, you have two stations for 15,000 people, which obviously that same ratio, one for 7,500. The reason our costs are significantly higher than our partners on a per population basis is because we have the station for a small community. Obviously, once we don't, things are going to get reallocated some. There's also going to be operating costs falling off. Fire engines and equipment, for example, fire engines are very expensive. Chief, we could say what the cost is, but dropping that will lower the cost. Something, call it $50,000 a year. We obviously have some maintenance cost of the building that will go away and running the building, but it's widely expected the operating costs will go down. How much, that's got to be negotiated.
Well, we're still going to have to pay for the same number of fire engines, our share of the same number of fire engines, aren't we?
There's going to be one less fire engine. You'd have, instead of 4 engines, 3 engines.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Elizabeth Breckus?
Thank you. I just, Beach and I are both on the fire department, and I just want to make sure it's clear this complicated element of our costs are expected to go down. That's not a guarantee. We have a discussion to occur with these other agencies, and one possibility here is that we have that discussion first and fully understand what it's going to look like if we eliminated our fire station. Another potential is that we go forward today, say we're eliminating it, and then we have that discussion. And we've had some discussion, about, at least Beach and I have, about that process. And I just want to say that's, an issue, how that makes sense. I mean, obviously there's a cost savings if you don't have to build a very expensive structure. But then, the next question is, what does that look like? And it's a very complicated negotiation. And one that, if we're ever to have, I certainly would commend Joe as someone who is skilled, understands the data, can have that discussion. But I just want to put that out there. I feel like that's important for other people on the council to understand. And then the other thing is, I just wonder if Joe could speak to this. There were some people that, were concerned that our costs were not fairly correct, or that we hadn't gone out and gotten those costs. And can you just explain the town staff thinking on just relying on estimates versus going out and getting hard costs, and what the cost to going out and getting hard costs would be?
I might need a little clarification to get, we're doing the cost, when you say hard costs, we're getting a cost estimate based on the level of concept we have at this time.
Right. So
Obviously, as it goes through the design process, you'll have a facility and diagrams, and you'll get your real construction cost estimate. And so the numbers Mary put together is, she said, we did go to another architect, and they came up with a similar type of cost that it's right in line. They use total cost of $1,500 to $2,000 per square foot for fire stations. So we're right in that midst. So I guess if you could clarify, and if I need, maybe Mary could answer the question. And so based on the information we have, is that we don't really know what the design looks like. We were more programming based on a square footage of need. And
Right.
given,
Let me explain. So the reason why we didn't get a quote exactly for what it would cost is because, is it correct? The town didn't think it was wise to pay the design costs to,
yeah,
and the design costs, if we were to do that exercise, what would be an approximate cost of the design costs?
yeah, and obviously, well, I'd have to ask the design costs. I'm guessing that would be considerable. And then you get, what should the design look like, which is that whole master plan process that will take probably greater than a year to go through, and really saying, what should the design be? Right now, we're just trying to determine what services to provide and then work on that design. I could see if Mary could answer that question, but that whole going through the design is a lot of cost to get something, say, and I think one misconception some people say are get it competitively bid at the end. At the end of the day, whatever project we have is going to be competitively bid, and obviously try and get as many firms to bid at it, and we go with the low responsive bidder. So it will be competitively bid, as probably all these projects are, on the sheet. If you need additional clarity.
I'd be interested in the design cost if Mary has that opinion on that. Thank you.
Actually, this is Mary. Joe and I were talking about that earlier, that what the whole year would take would be a lot of community input to develop a final master plan and perhaps some architectural concepts that would be reviewed with the community to get feedback and approval of a design. And at that point, you would engage a cost estimator company to cost design. What we're doing right now is budgeting, and we're using square footage and relative costs from recent projects to set a budget. And so the design cost, I would say it probably would be 5%, usually 5 to 10% of the design fee would be in developing the concept phase and the design, the community outreach, and then getting a cost estimate for a design. So that would be that first year. So I don't know, is it 200 maybe? Between 100 and 200, depending, the real time is how much community outreach and how many options the design team would do. That's where a lot of the cost is. Does that answer questions?
Thank you.
I have a question regarding a letter from a law firm that just came in late yesterday, which, Ben, maybe you could speak to briefly, which is, should we be doing a CEQA analysis for this decision? When is the appropriate time for a CEQA analysis?
Yes, thank you. So cities are allowed to plan and scope a project before doing a CEQA analysis, before the matter is considered a project subject to approval under CEQA. So right now, before you're developing what sort of services you want to have studied as part of a master plan, master facilities plan. And when that master facilities plan has been formed by tonight's direction, you're then going to go forward and draft that plan and have it do the appropriate environmental analysis associated with that plan. The first step is obviously initial study. And then if that initial study finds certain impacts, then you would move forward to either do a negative deck or a environmental impact report. So I don't necessarily disagree with the commenter's suggestion in her letter that you need to consider those factors before you approve the project, but you're not approving the project tonight. As this master facility plan moves forward, it's going to consider certain alternatives, as will the environmental analysis, assuming you move forward with an EIR. It'll have the analysis with different alternatives and also a no project alternative. So, obviously the case they cited, the Save Tara case, that is the law. I don't disagree with what the law is. I just don't think tonight you're there at forming a project yet. You're giving direction in order to do that analysis.
Thank you. Any other questions before we open it up to the public? Okay, Linda, can you help me with public comments?
Certainly. So the first one I'm going to bring in is Ed Dong.
Can we make sure that we have a timer and people are aware that you get 2 minutes to speak? 3
Is it
minutes,
2 minutes?
sorry.
It's 3 minutes, yes.
3.
Go
So,
ahead, Ed.
Am I muted? Okay, I just unmuted. Am I on?
You
Yeah.
on?
I'm on. All right. Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Ed Dong. I am a 25-year proud resident of Ross. I have 45 years in the real estate development, construction, and management industries, and I am with the Ross citizens for the responsible development of the town facilities. We want all the town facilities you're talking about. We think it could be delivered at a far lower cost than the report you're looking at. In my experience, we do, as you cited, we do think the full facilities can be brought to fore at perhaps a budget of 16 million versus the 28 as presented. And that includes retaining the historic fire, facade, police, residence hall, and administration buildings. And in coming up with that determination, we met with firehouse professionals, designers, and contractors. We met an architect firm on site, walked the buildings with the architect. This architect has designed and delivered over 50 firehouses around the Bay Area, many in Marin County. And also separately, we met with a contractor who has delivered over 30 firehouses. And I think the difference we're talking about with the McGrath report, those are budgets, concept budgets, but the architect and contractor are, they quoted real lifetime delivery costs. For instance, the architect just completed the City of Alamo Fire Station at $450 a square foot. This started out at $950 a foot, but the town called in the architect and they redesigned, value engineered, and it was delivered at $450 a foot. This firehouse is very similar to what we have conceived for Ross. Single story, 3 apparatus bay, 8 to 10,000 square feet. 30% of the building cost is really residing in the finishes. So yes, I saw, Ms. McGrath's report, a lot of fire stations come in at 1,100 a foot. Well, 30% of that is finishes. So again, I cite Alamo Fire Station, very similar to Ross at $450 a square foot. We, our citizens group, are proposing that we form a task force to explore these options because we want to deliver, as Mary and Joe indicated, a series of alternatives which are real, which are real designed and costed by contractors and delivered and presented to council for consideration. Not concept, not budgets, but real design and bid. We believe that the town deserves to keep its fire hall. And I think if we make a decision based on what I believe are inaccurate budgets, concept budgets, it could be detrimental to the town residents and in terms of losing facilities and services. So
thank you, Ed. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm bringing in Laura Conroe.
Hi, I would like to request that I have video because I would like to show a video. I think it's fair since the town has presented a video. If I were in person, I'd be able to. So I'd like to have my camera turned on, please. Are you not honoring my request? If so, I'd like to make a formal request that the town circulate to all the people that have sent, that they sent the town notice to, that they report and include in them the links that I submitted in our town letter that show 3 videos that show the rapidity in which a house fire takes off in 2 minutes. The town has downplayed completely the criticality of a 2-minute further delay in response time. The town in the town report also failed to educate town residents that firefighters speak in terms of seconds in response time, not minutes. Firefighters recognize that every second matters. The National Fire Protection Association guidelines set a 6-minute guideline for fire trucks to arrive at a fire after a call has come in. Ross Kern's response time is about 8 minutes, which is 2 minutes longer than the national guidelines. Closing our fire station would add a minimum of another 2 minutes, making the responses 4 minutes longer than the national 6-minute guidelines. The town did not notify residents of this. You guys sent out surveys where you did not educate the public in terms of what national guidelines are, the criticality of the 2 minutes. And also the town has not accurately reported to citizens what was in the town consultant reports, namely that the response time is not an average of 2 minutes, as you guys keep repeating like you did today and has been in all the literature. It's a minimum of 2 minutes. That is a very big difference. Your town consultants also reported, which you guys have not done, that due to the hill and geography of the Ross Valley, that and the one main artery of Sir Francis Drake that is dependent on the traffic, the response time is likely to be longer. You have left out much information that are in the consultants' reports regarding the response time. And this should have been disclosed to people before you are relying on your inaccurate survey that really doesn't accurately give the information to the public to make informed decisions, to answer the survey. And yet this survey that is so unprofessional is what you are hanging your hat on in terms of making this decision.
Laura, your time is up. Thank you.
One more minute. This town.
No, you don't have any more minutes. You're done. Thank you.
All right, I'm bringing in Stephanie Lamar. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was on. Thank you. And thank you to all of you for your service on the council. This is a great public service to all of us, and we know it's unpaid. So really, thank you all. I really briefly have a couple of concerns about eliminating the fire station. One really huge concern for me, and I'm sure it's a concern for every other homeowner, is insurance. It's a reality, and I've been in the real estate industry for, I don't know, 15 years now. I've lived in Ross for 21 years. It is a reality that we are all in danger of losing our insurance in the wake of all of the wildfires in our county and just north of us. I've seen it in reality happen to clients of mine. I have also put my own homeowners insurance out to bid, and I have a fire hydrant at my corner, and I've been told that it's not a good idea to try to find alternate insurance. So I know clients are going to Lloyd's of London because they are just getting skyrocketing. Excuse me, they're getting their policies canceled, and they're having to go to Lloyd's, which is much more expensive. When the insurance brokers that I talk to are rating and assessing how expensive the policy is going to be, they are looking at how far the property is from the fire station. So I would really encourage the council to consider this before they decide to get rid of a fire station, particularly with the wildfires that we're having. And I think, honestly, that's what we're all worried about, more so than, you know, a normal house fire. We're worried about what's going to happen in the wildfire season if we don't have a fire station that can get to us. So thank you again for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Next is Molly Gamble. Go ahead, Molly.
Oh, I'm on. Okay. Thank you. I want to go back to something Councilmember Breckus said about the possibility of negotiating the operating costs, you know, before deciding whether to rebuild the firehouse. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what she was saying, or if this is a question for her or for Chief Weber. But I think it's an important part of the conversation. And I just wondered, you know, how long would that negotiation take if that was something the council would consider? That's all.
Thank you, Molly.
Go ahead, Sally. Sally, are you there? Sally Shaku?
Hi. Yes, I'm here. Sorry. Oh,
Oh,
God.
wait, hold on a second. Rich, can you restart the clock? Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Sally.
Hi. Thank you, council members, for your time, and we really appreciate your thoughtful presentation and your attention to this really important matter. My husband and I live exactly across from the fire station, so as residents who hear the fire engines all the time, it wouldn't be such a bad thing for us on a noise level to not have it, but we can't imagine a town without a fire station, and we really encourage you guys to consider keeping it. With all due respect to Mr. Stock, I do believe that this decision is prematurely made. My firm and my partner Diane Hanna wrote a detailed email about the CEQA obligations that the town has to consider the historic structure of this building. And you guys are talking about a decision that has several alternatives, all of which that have been presented require you to demolish the fire station. And I don't think that a decision, as quote unquote, can be made until you do that CEQA analysis, both on the historic nature of the fire building, which is a town treasure that should be preserved, and also the significant public impact that a 2-minute delay in fire services will result in the community. And so when I hear that the town is making a decision and consulting with my land use partner who has extensive CEQA experience, and in fact is doing the Golden Gate CEQA case right now in Marin City, she concurred with me that it is premature for the town to make this decision right now. This is something that the town has to evaluate first because it has to be part of the process. And so I have not seen in any of the 4 options that you guys presented, one that has a historic building called out or, you know, recognized as something that needs to be mitigated. Under CEQA, you guys need to figure out a way to save the historic structure first and explore those possibilities before making a final decision. And so we want to stress that we, as you know, you guys are doing such a great job, but you also have these incredible residents who also have resources, both in time, money, and expertise to help. This should be a collaborative process. We want to work with you guys to try to find a way to preserve all of our town's resources. And we really hope that the town is super thoughtful about this process and really considers their obligations to the town of Ross, but also under CEQA to give this a thorough review. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sally.
Okay, next is Francis Parnell. Go ahead, Francis. Are you there? I'm not sure where he is.
Looks like he's muted.
Yeah, I know. I keep asking him to unmute, but he's not. There you go. Hello, are you there?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Somehow I was muted and I didn't even know it. Anyway, Francis Parnell, I live at a kitty corner across from the town hall and fire station for the last 40+ years. And just wanted a couple of comments. It seems that there's such a discrepancy between Ms. McGrath's and Mr. Dong's presentation. The number of projections are sort of like night and day. And so I would suggest perhaps that one of the best things that council could do at this point is the concept of intelligent delay to give you enough time to look into the council, to look into these numbers, because I think overall the people would really like to have everything, including the fire station, EMT, police, and the admin building improved. And so that was the numbers that were the issue. And when the bond measure came up, as you all know, it's pretty hard to get 66 2/3. We've learned that in the schools over the years. And so when we go forward with this, you really want to have all the ducks lined up in a row. And I think that one of the things is that we just can't accept some of those projections for the cost per square foot because we're not really trying to build a palace. So anyway, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Parnell.
I am not seeing any further hands up. If there's anyone else that wants to comment, now is the time to raise your hand. Here we go. Okay. Okay, here's Bob Herbst. Go ahead, Bob. Bob, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So these Zoom problems for a decision that's so important to our town, to be doing this on Zoom, it's just terrible, frankly. I'm sitting here, people are fading in and out. I can't get off the mute. Frank can't get off the mute. We really need to step back and take some time on this decision until we clear this COVID. That's just the bottom line. It's too important to the town to try to do this online with 5 residents. You guys have had at least 30 letters from our citizens group that wants to rebuild the town hall. We want a new fire station. We want a new police station. We want new town administrative facilities. They're in poor shape. We're in complete agreement. We just don't believe that the numbers that you've been provided by your consultant are accurate. And as Ed Dong stated, we've gone out, we've done a ton of research. We've put hundreds of hours into this, our task force group, looking at other projects in the Bay Area, public safety facilities recently done, and they can be done a lot more cheaply. You mentioned the survey, your $14 million option, you only had 62%. You need 67%. Even for the $14 million option, you don't have a bond. So you can't be thinking, well, we're going to get rid of the fire station, we're going to do this, that. You don't have any funding at all right now. You've got to go back to the drawing board here. You've got to reach out to other architects and consultants. We've put together a task force of deeply experienced Ross residents with commercial real estate and construction experience. We can help. We want to help you guys. We want to work together. We can make this happen. We can do as Alamo did. They had a $10 million budget and they said, we can't afford it. Ross can't afford 28 million. Ross residents aren't even supporting 14 million right now. You only got 62%. We need to go back to the drawing board, work together with this deeply experienced group of real estate professionals that you've got here in town on a volunteer basis to help you figure this out once we're past COVID. You've done a ton of work, staff's done a ton of work. Everything you've done has been great, to be honest. There's been a ton of public outreach, but in a time of COVID, it's just not, the decision is not ripe. And you've got a group of residents here that's willing to help. Let's step back. Let's figure out a way to keep our firehouse. 2 minutes is incredibly important. You only have today in a house fire, 3 minutes to safely exit your house. Forget about the time for the fire truck to get there. 3 minutes to safely exit your house. A trash can starts in your bedroom. You have flashover in 2.5 minutes. That means instantaneous combustion of all structures, ceiling, furniture, floor in 2.5 minutes. That's how important 2 minutes is, guys. This is big. Do not get rid of our firehouse, please. Work with us. We'll figure it out in a cost-effective manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, next is Ann Nango. Go ahead, Ann. Ann?
It's my phone that we're on.
Hello, can you hear us now?
Yes.
All right. My name is Isaiah Nengo, and I'm sitting here with my wife, Ann Robbins Nengo. And my wife's family together has been in this town for over 60 years. And that Ross town, that firehouse, and maybe the post office are the two iconic buildings in the town. I mean, it's what gives us the town its identity, and just not seriously considering how to preserve it would be a total travesty. And I agree with everybody else that if the price variances are so high, we should take some time. We should take a pause and take some time to look at other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is William Conroe. Go ahead, William.
Can you hear me now? Yes, okay.
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. It's Bill Conroe, and Laura and I have lived in Ross for about 17 years. I'm pretty much in sync with so much of what you've heard. You know, for me, the most critical issue in this meeting is the importance of preserving the Ross Fire Station. You know, for the following reasons, I feel that, and some of these have already been covered, I feel that this would be a terrible decision to eliminate the fire station. In terms of the 6 minutes that the National Fire Protection Association has said, we're way beyond that. And if we were to get rid of our fire station, we'd be at 10 minutes. And if you think about what you've just heard about how fast fires accelerate, it would be terrible. And particularly considering Ross is a very hilly area, and this 10 minutes doesn't take into account that many Ross homes are in these hills surrounded by heavy vegetation with narrow, windy roads that are difficult to access, even for a car, let alone a big fire truck. And as Julie McMillan pointed out at the beginning of this, we are living during a time when global warming is affecting the entire state of California and has caused wildfires that have destroyed countless homes in Sonoma, Napa, and surrounding communities, especially in hilly communities similar to Ross. And it's not going to get better and will likely continue to get worse. Eliminating the fire station, in my opinion, would be the wrong thing to do. Next, and I think Stephanie Lamar has already addressed this. If we don't have a fire station and our fire trucks have to make a 10-minute minimum trip to a house in Ross, I can envision many insurance companies would eliminate our fire policies in our homeowners insurance. So whatever the cost of to Ross residents of retaining our fire station, imagine how this would compare to a Ross home being destroyed and damaged without any fire insurance. There'd be a huge, huge, huge difference. And finally, in 2012, when the town council decided to join the Ross Valley Fire Department and give up our, I'm not sure what we gave up in that. I don't know if it was the fire administrator or what. The town council promised that even if we join the Ross Valley Fire Department, we would keep our own fire station. This isn't something that was promised decades ago. It was recently promised to us. And what is being proposed now is completely contrary to what Ross residents were promised.
I gotta cut you off.
Okay.
Your time up.
I'm done. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you.
I don't see any new names up. I do see someone who's already spoken has raised their hand again, but I believe we only allow once, correct?
Yeah, once.
Okay. So there doesn't seem to be any more.
Okay, thank you, Linda. So let's bring it back to council. Jason, maybe you could address the response time, the insurance issue, and the wildfire issue, please.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
We just make sure that the person who has their hand raised twice, that there aren't two people in that household trying to speak on this issue, because maybe that's the case, and I don't think that's disallowed.
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. Linda, can you go back and see the person who had their hand raised? Was it Ann Nango?
Oh, sorry, we'll put our hands down. We're done. Thanks.
Thank you, Isaiah.
All right.
Okay. All right, Jason.
Alrighty. Thank you, Mayor, members. Jason Weber, Fire Chief. I think I don't envy your council. This is a tough decision to make. And when we talk about these things, we're talking about trade-offs and the ability for the community to raise the funds necessary in a bond. And debating back and forth on the costs is tough because it still has to reach that threshold. So, understanding, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is a sensitive issue for a lot of people. And, it's about trade-offs. And Laura mentioned what we call the time temperature curve, and the fire's exponential growth from the beginning. And I'd be remiss as the fire chief if I didn't say that this is why we want everybody with working smoke detectors in their homes, because there is a relatively short period of time to evacuate the residents. And then the fire growth that either leaves from room and contents to the greater portion of the house, maybe a single story or two. And that time frame across the average in United States is when firefighting units arrive between that 8 and 10 minute mark. But that flashover occurs in that 3 to 5 minute mark, as was mentioned earlier, and which is still on average occurring before a fire truck arrives in most of suburbia. And so when you look at what we try to achieve, it's keeping the fire to the room and contents, but the importance of the smoke detectors, and then obviously fire sprinklers play a big role in that. But a home without that, you could see exponential growth. Nobody's arguing that point. And to mention that the decision is ill-informed, one of the things started several years ago with our standards of coverage and looking at the data and the response times. When this conversation started, we wanted to make sure that it was a data-driven decision, and we put that data in front of your council and the community so they understood the trade-offs that are associated with this. The insurance piece, there's really two aspects to insurance. One of them is, and why we're seeing a lot of cancellations in Marin County, and that's associated with wildfire prevention and protection of the home. That's the predominant reason you're seeing homes either having to go to Lloyd's of London or one of the other carriers that's a secondary market, which is considerably more expensive. And the best way to protect from that is solid defensible space around a home, the investment we're making in the wildfire prevention aspect. The other piece that affects homeowners insurance is on the more municipal side. So water supply, staffing, engine location, distance from a hydrant, the home's distance from a hydrant, home's distance from a fire station. And again, using the town center, and obviously it's different with every residence, but that next due resource from a fire response is 0.65 miles away in Kentfield. And that's making the assumption that they're in quarters when that occurs, and the next one is 1.1 miles away. So I think from that municipal standpoint, on the ISO side, we're working with ISO through these discussions, and we don't see a significant change there. And the wildfire piece is really about defensible space, home hardening, and those kind of items around your house that drives that. There was also a comment or a question about negotiating the impacts, and I can either let Joe answer that or talk about what that entails. But really, that's working with the three other member JPA agencies on the impacts of this decision, and that would also require the discussion of shifting costs, and would those be absorbed by the other agencies? And then, as Joe mentioned, also there's impacts to the labor agreement, staffing minimums, et cetera, that have to be negotiated, and that does take some time. One of the discussions is, and Joe brought it up earlier, that these facilities are in pretty bad shape. And I started down there as a paramedic 21 years ago, and there was discussion about replacing the facility. So it's certainly, again, I don't envy the council and the community having to make the trade-off here, but it is a challenging building to work out of, and moving it forward is important also. But from a timing perspective, it's at least several months, and we started the process of gathering data around that, costing and options. So we're not behind the curve, but there's still some time. And I don't know, Joe, if you think that several months is probably the bare minimum needed to talk about impacts.
Jason, could you also address whether or not the town of Ross would be less safe in a wildfire without having a fire station?
Yeah, and again, when we talk about these decisions and the trade-off, we're not referencing the magnitude or the potential. That certainly we have high fire severity zones. Typically fire growth that we see in these mega fires and what we've seen over the last 5 years is during specific weather events that are predictable, and staffing adjustments could be made, as part of the negotiated deal with the JPA and the town as to how to keep a level of protection that we're comfortable with during those events. I think that the wildland fire piece, again, is about weight, speed, and numbers. And that first due engine arriving is important. And if it's a 2-minute delay, it's not, again, it's a trade-off. I don't want to say it's not important, but you're going to have a substantial response from the greater Ross Valley to any wildland fire as you would today. And depending on the location of the fire, it could be closer to one of the other stations or it could be more distant. I know that's kind of dodging the question a bit, Julie, and I apologize for that. But again, what I started off earlier, this is about trade-offs, and there is some increased risk associated with closing the fire station. It's on average 2 minutes, and that that isn't terrible, but it's not great, right? And that's the tough spot we're in.
Thank you. Joe, maybe you or Mary can discuss the numbers in a little more detail and why the numbers that Mary has proposed, you're both confident in those numbers versus the other numbers that have been proposed.
I can start, Joe, if you're okay with that. There's a lot of, we used a project to compare with that's right down the street from your community. And it's interesting that one of the contributors to your letters actually built that project. And it's a simple fire station, stucco fire station. And those are the real numbers in Marin County to build a fire station. It's just been built. So, and the budgeting numbers, as far as the contingencies and all of that, they've been proven. And and I really would encourage you to get another opinion with how to do contingencies. Doing public construction and budgeting is really different than private development. And there's also a lot of different ways to deliver the project. As far as doing the design bid build, that's what we did in San Rafael. Some other architects would recommend doing design build, where you're working together with the contractor and the architects who design within a cost model. So those are a lot of decisions that you would make. I worked with Kitchell, a big construction management firm, on the bond measure for City of San Rafael, and we had $94 million of projected funding that we had to budget 5 facilities for. And in doing this budgeting, we worked together and they worked on their models. Those contingencies, design contingency, construction, and especially the escalation, were absolutely critical for us to be able to stay on budget. It's a different process and different requirements than doing commercial construction, much different. And so, I'm pretty confident in the numbers. We've gotten this information kind of at the last minute, and it has put, they're so different. It's a little disconcerting. I think if the numbers that the architects that they talked to had been put into the model with the correct contingencies, the numbers wouldn't be too much different. It's how you plan for a long-term project and the, you know, the 4 or 5 years it's going to take to get it under construction. You know, because you may go out to a bond measure, it may not pass, and then you're another 5 years into trying to figure out how to do it, and the numbers are continuing to escalate. So it's, you know, we've done it, but we only do fire stations and police stations, and that's, the budgeting is successful.
Oh, Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I keep hearing this staticky background noise, and I'm wondering, Linda, if you could just have everyone, if people are in the audience, if you can make sure that they're all muted, because I think we're getting some weird feedback.
Are you getting music?
Yeah. Yes, we're getting.
I have to apologize.
I think that's on you, Mary, isn't it?
I'm in downtown Oakland. That's where my office is, and somebody is having a party. And
Okay.
Okay.
so they
We all wish we were there.
I thought I was gonna, you know, be here and it was gonna be quiet and there's no dogs barking, but they just turned it off. Oh no, next song. Sorry.
So do you have information you want to add about the numbers?
You know, and it is real expensive. I will tell you, I was like the public works director, Rich Simonich, and myself, when we first got the numbers, they're high and we're truthing them. And Jason contacted, and Jason's seen these fire numbers. So for Jason, this did not surprise him at all. He says, oh, that makes sense. And he could tell you about the building he just built at Tomales Bay and the cost of what that is. It's like a metal tilt, right? And you look at, and we talked to another Bay Area consultant, and they said your end cost is going to be 1,500 to 2,000 a square foot. Looked at these numbers and said they're spot on. You hear like the, you know, and as the San Rafael, the one thing you got to remember is the time value. In effect, they're talking any project completed is off of a 2017-18 bid or 16 bid. We're not going to start construction to 2024, at best probably. And where Mary has 12%, and she did this in 2020, so that might not be enough, because at that time in 2020, we said, oh, we'll be constructing in 2 years. I know we're not going to be constructing in 2022 at this stage. You know, so the Dong number has 3.5%. Well, that's less than 1% a year. You're banking on inflation going up less than 1% per year in construction over 4 or 5 years. And you're really using probably a bid from 2017. So it's like 6, 7. You look at the police cost, you know, construction, even houses, which houses have nothing. If you look at the essential service standards, they are at such a much higher level. In Ross, it's hard to do any residential project at under $300, $400 a foot. And they put police on the spreadsheet at $350 a foot, which is saying, how do you get to $350 a foot if you can't even do housing, let alone this time value of money? We're not doing this probably till 2023, 2024, 2025 before it's built. So you just, and as Mary mentioned, the contingencies, as much as I was battling those contingencies in that, I know, for example, what I said, that offsites, this number's too low. But I think, oh, well, there's some of the contingencies, that could be some of the contingencies there. There are going to be, I've never seen a construction project of this scale that doesn't have some unknown aspects that pop in, and hence you always have change orders on every project. So, you know, do I hope the numbers are lower? Absolutely. And, you know, I think you could value engineer and get the 28 million down to 26 million, 25 million and come in. But the 16 million, just look at the San Rafael station, finished at $14 million, the same size from a 2017 bid. That was just, you know, 14 million. We have the cost. We're trying to build a fire station a police station, which is at least the same dollar/square foot cost, if not more than fire, and administration. How do you do all that for 16 million? If you can do it, great, but it just, so I guess there's one thing is, can the cost go down some? I'm sure you can value engineer to 26, 25, when you get into there, but to make a huge difference, like the 16 million, from everything, just seeing all these architects and plans, and you did see that tight range of the construction costs that Mary put up of the Bay Area. You're in a prevailing wage in a high expensive market. And I just think, so you could get some costs, but it's how much reduced could you actually get? And remember, one of the comments, and you'll see this, and even in the letters here from the residents, is we want a high quality the Spanish Revival colonial style, which we knew going in. We're going to want to match town hall and the post office, looks, and that's more expensive than a standard, stucco fire station or police station. It's not the same. We're building at a higher cost level with that exterior finish. Can we find ways to make things cheaper? I'm sure we could find some, and I think Chief Weber could speak about the Tamales station, the low cost one, but that being said, it isn't that much lower than everything here. And if he wants to expand.
Okay, we do have a question from Elizabeth Breckus and then Beach. So Jason, if you could address that, and then we'll do Elizabeth and then Beach.
Yeah, just very quickly. I think it sickens all of us that these facilities cost this much, because there's a lot of deferred maintenance across fire stations everywhere because of these costs. So it's as hard for us to take as it is anybody else, especially as a fire chief, because there is a lot of need out there. And the Tamale station, just very quickly, is a square box, steel, pre-engineered structure, nothing fancy. We did try to, as Mary McGrath mentioned, put in sustainable long-term, like concrete floors, solid countertops, things that will last 30 or 40 years because of the cost of maintenance. But that is that is really just for 3 people up there. It's not 5, which expands your living areas, which is more expensive than just the apparatus pay. So it's challenging, and I think that was bid in late 2018, and just finished construction last year in 2020.
Thank you. All right, Elizabeth Breckus.
I don't have a question as much as a comment, so if you want me to wait, I can.
Let's try to get any other questions answered, and then we can have comments and discussion. And Beach, did you
I just have one quick question for Joe. We would not be starting construction until we had passed a bond, is that right? So that we knew we could pay for it.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have a
Yes, Bill.
question. Talking about the response times, adding the 2 minutes to this base of about 8 minutes. And we've had some discussion. Is that an average addition? Is that a minimum addition? I wonder if we could, maybe Chief Weber could elaborate on what that means in practice. For example, let's say that the Ross truck is already committed somewhere else. We're not talking about a 2-minute difference then, right? We'd have the 2-minute or more difference anyway if the Ross truck weren't available.
So let's reference what we're talking. So the 2 minutes is an average, and that would be an average response from one of the other 2 stations to the center part of town. So some will be longer, some will be shorter when you talk about that. And then when we talk about medical aids, if the ambulance remains in town, then 85% of the time there would be no net change in time to acute care. There 15% of the time you'd have that average of 2 minutes longer. And then there's a certain factor of times when those engines aren't available, which I believe grab my notes here and I can come back to that. But that would happen so often where it'd be slightly longer, but we're looking at averages.
But I mean, for example, if there's a fire in Ross, isn't it correct that sometimes that's handled by the Kentfield Fire Department now, not the Ross Fire Department?
No, so it's
Is that
handled by Ross Valley, but Kentfield's also an added engine. So a structure fire response with an unconfirmed fire would be 4 engines, a battalion chief, and an ambulance. Confirmed fire, you'd have 5 engines, a 2nd battalion chief, and the ambulance. And so again, going back to the boundary list concept as we have here in Marin, we go with the closest, most appropriate resource. So if another call, another engine's on a medical aid or a call, we just go to the next one automatically. And it's really about that. We're looking for that effective response force to arrive within a certain period of time, all of those engines to complete all the tasks.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I do want to add one thing on the response time, just for technical. It's not the 755 is not an average. That is that 90% of the calls are responded within that. So that's really the 90th percentile call, meaning the farther distant ones. Obviously, the median is much less than the 755. That's the 90 percentile. That's from the Citygate study. So it is the average of 2 minutes, but you do see, and as you know, I remember my old public works director, when he heard the emergencies, would go and he'd be on the radio and get there sometimes to see the engines. There are times, and I see it out my window, when the Kentfield engine turns on Lagunitas before our engine out of the fire station, or I've even seen it turning on Laurel Grove and the Ross fire engines behind the Kentfield engine. So it's not every response. This is supposed to be an average.
Okay, any other questions from council members?
I just
Elizabeth Robbins.
The number of house fires in Ross in the last couple of years, is it just 1 or 2? Is that what I'd understood?
So the data we're using is from a two-year time set in 2017 and 18, I believe. And in that time period, there were 3 actual fires. And I believe 2 of those were structure fires and 1 was a wildland fire, or that may have been 3 structure fires. But it's over a 2-year period that we had those events, which again, most fire departments in America, especially in suburbia, in a community like Ross, don't have a lot of fires, and that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth Breckus. Comments?
Thank you. I just, this is such a hard issue to tackle with so many different, parts to it. But one of the things I feel like hasn't totally come out, and being on the fire board, I feel like we should understand it, is the negotiation that is mentioned is pretty complex because, we did eliminate our fire station administration, so our chief, and we did go into the JPA, and we went in at the level we're in. And so to the extent we're saving, that's got to be a very complex negotiation. And the mention about negotiation with labor that I don't feel like has been very fleshed out is that as long as I've been on the fire board and even was aware of it before, the fire department, ideally the staff and labor would like to have 3 per engine, and we have 2. So we have 2 at each of the stations. So we have 3 shifts in Ross, i.e. 9 fire staff. And if we eliminated those 9 fire staff, then what would happen? Would we continue to have 9 and shift them over to these other stations? Would we not? That's kind of a complex discussion, and one that, obviously labor would like to just roll them all over to them. But my understanding is that, that would mean an increase per year for Ross and an increase for San Anselmo, Sleepy Hollow, and Fairfax, and one that they're not fully willing to fund or would love to fund, but don't have the ability to fund. So that's a really complex discussion. And, you know, there's a question in my mind whether we should make this decision and then go in and have a discussion, or whether it makes more sense for us to have the discussion, understand what would turn out in terms of long-term costs with the JPA and labor and what that would mean, because that would really actually give us the better analysis on, you know, 28 or 28, 25 versus, you know, this other administration cost. And, you know, I have mentioned this to Joe, and I know he has an opinion on it, but my feeling is that, you know, even if we did this and said, hey, we're going to eliminate the fire department or station in Ross, depending on those discussions, it may make perfectly logical sense for us to come back and be like, okay, we had this idea that the savings was one thing, and now let's talk about it now that we had this discussion with the JPA and with labor, because the numbers totally changed, which I think is actually something that is possible. I feel like we're in a better negotiating position with the JPA, and I don't mean that in a way that like I want to be in a better position discussing. I think it's a better data point for the town of Ross to understand how that's going to change, and then we can do this comparison of savings, because the fire station is kind of a one-time savings, and then the ongoing labor JPA costs are ongoing forever. And so I just feel like it makes more sense for us to have that analysis. And then my only other final point is I just want to say thank you to everybody who has been engaged in this issue. It's true, we've been at this for 8 months and this is the most amount of engagement, but at the same time, I just really appreciate, you know, people being involved and a lot of good data coming out and discussion. So that's it. Thank you.
But, you know, Elizabeth, one thing, I mean, if the fire station, if it's a one-time savings, but nonetheless, we're still facing a questionnaire that tells us that we don't have residents in town willing to pay for it. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of community support to keep it. I mean, there certainly are many people who would like to keep it, but the majority seem that they don't want to keep it. So I think we're kind of back to wondering, I mean, I guess, Joe, your process had been, if we don't move ahead with the fire station, we do the negotiations afterwards. And maybe you could just explain why that makes sense to you, because I mean, I don't quite see how negotiating early helps if we don't have the community support to pass the bond to keep the station.
And Councilmember Breckus and I did have this conversation the other day. I feel it's better to negotiate after council's made the decision. I think it makes the negotiation more real. I think in effect, I don't know why you'd negotiate a hypothetical, because it's not going to be easy. There's a number of pieces to negotiate. That being said, overall, the cost will, from this, if the station closed, will go down some. How much, that's got to be part of the negotiation. And so I felt, and the other thing, if you didn't come to agreement, the reality is it's going to be a number of months before we get a RFP for consultant together, before we get a consultant. You're probably not really starting the master plan process for a number of months. And, you know, if we get the negotiation going, if somehow you couldn't get there, then, you know, we would certainly know. But I think there is the ability, I almost feel you're in a stronger position, and it's a more real negotiation after the council makes the decision than before, because why are we negotiating something that the council hasn't made a decision on? It makes it hard. There's so many pieces that why are people going to want to be at the negotiating table when we don't even know there's anything really to negotiate? So how do you get to agreements?
So, I mean, in that situation, I mean, there really are issues here, you know, I mean, we've been told that the costing isn't accurate, except that, I mean, I have to say, it seems from Mary McGrath and the table she's shown, especially with a nearby fire station, San Rafael, at a cost similar to where our estimates are, I feel like the cost issue has been addressed, and that it does cost more than a residential property. So I'm kind of comfortable with the costing, even though it's, you know, expensive. The historic issue, I think that's important. It's a beautiful, you know, the current fire station is beautiful. If that were a historic building, I think we'd have to keep at least the facade. And at a minimum, we'd want to replicate that style, because that's what the community is telling us that we would want to do, that we should do. The response time issue, you know, that is probably, that's a key issue. It sounds that even if we didn't have our own fire station, our response times are, you know, community standards still. And so I think that's acceptable, especially since we don't really have many fires. And since wildfire is kind of a regional response, and since insurance is based more on the wildfire risk and not, you know, how close you are to a fire station. I think keeping the paramedics in town is key, because I think that's the response time that most of us really are looking for. It sounds like 85% of the time that response time is going to be the same. And I don't know if the difference between 7 or 8 or 9 minutes is really vital. I mean, if you have a cardiac arrest, you need someone in 2 minutes, and, you know, 6 or 8 or 10 they're all too late. And so I guess, you know, I come back to the questionnaire results, where many people want to keep the fire station. I think maybe most people want to, but most people don't want to pay for it. And if we can't pass a bond, we can't do anything. And so I think I would be okay with going ahead with whichever option that was, where planning to do the option where we replace everything but the fire station. And that we would have to do it with a bond measure, because it didn't seem that there was much traction with fundraising, which, you know, was really, there was a major effort to see, can that money be raised? Because many people do, as I said, want to keep the fire station. But if we can't pass a bond, we can't keep a fire station. And if only 30% of the respondents to the questionnaire say they would, you know, vote for that, we can't get that to 66. So I think I would say that we probably can't keep a fire station, but it probably is not of real consequence response time wise. I think the response times are still acceptable community standards, but that the costs are what they are, and that we want a beautiful looking structure even without a fire station.
Anybody else want to comment?
Yeah, I'll take a, oh, I'm sorry, Beach was going to say something. Should I go? All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I would echo what Elizabeth Robbins just said about just on the practical plane. And I know there's a controversy about this survey, and was it complete, and should there have been more information, and would the residents have responded differently if the information was different? The results were so lopsided, I don't think so. I mean, it was very clear from the response to the survey that the support is not there for a 2/3 bond measure. As Bob Herbst pointed out, it's not even actually there for the lower cost option, but hopefully it would be. But there's some risk that we wouldn't even get 2/3 on that. And I've reviewed the $16 million spreadsheet, which I view as more of a pro forma. I'm in the development real estate business myself, and so I see a lot of bids and a lot of proposals, and have processed many investments. And we really don't know until we start costing it. I mean, so many times I've had a situation where we had a ballpark and we thought an investment made sense and we thought we checked our numbers, but when we got into it, the numbers are quite different and almost never lower. Actually, sometimes much higher, to the point where we just abandoned the whole investment, didn't go ahead with it. Now, maybe this is an exception. Maybe this is one of those times when it actually costs less, but I sort of doubt it. I mean, think about it. We have 28 million now. Let's say we can knock off 25%. We're still where, 21 million or something like that? The support is not there. It's very hard to get these bond measures passed. And so my druthers would be to keep the firehouse. I mean, I support keeping the firehouse and I'm willing to pay my share of it. But many people aren't. Maybe some people feel they can't. Many people feel taxes are already too high. And I would add, while we're on the subject of fire suppression and prevention, I think undergrounding would probably do us more good in a wildfire situation. In other words, earthquake, high winds, that kind of thing. Undergrounding would do us more good than keeping our fire station, where, as pointed out, it's really a regional response, not a local response. But I just keep coming back to the fact that it just doesn't seem doable. Do we really want to spend a lot more time and money on something that doesn't seem like it really has a chance of passing? But I guess that's what it comes down to. What are we capable of, and what are we willing to do now? Do we want to act now? Do we want to see some further work on this? But I think on balance, I would agree with Councilmember Robbins' comments. And by the way, I don't mean to minimize the additional response time, but we're talking averages. Any fire is unique. Whether those 2 fires, or about 1 a year that happen, what I read was 3 fires, 1 vegetation, 2 were structures, house fires. You know, is there really going to be material for those fires? What if our fire truck is out of commission or committed somewhere else? What if it didn't take 8 minutes to get there? It only took 4 minutes to get there. I'm not saying it couldn't be consequential, and it could even potentially be tragic in an individual situation, but the odds of that are quite low compared to all the other risks that we do face as a community. I'm sorry to say this, I think the risk of a catastrophic wildfire is much greater than the risk of something because of additional response time. But again, I would support the firehouse if the money were there. I just don't think it's there. All right, that's my comment.
Thank you, Bill. Beach?
I want to start by thanking the citizens led by Mr. Dong and Mr. Conroe for all the input they've given us. Even though we may end up disagreeing with a lot with their conclusions, I think that what they've done, and I know you can tell they've spent a lot of time and maybe even a lot of money in getting this together. And I think it's been a very important exercise to help us and to help the town to understand just what the issues are, and particularly the costing issues. And I think they've done a real service to the town, and I want to acknowledge that. Secondly, I want to deal with a couple of other things that have been mentioned. One was the observation that in 1995, we promised to keep the station open. That was 26 years ago. That's a quarter of a century. I've lived a lot longer than that, and I guess all of us have lived somewhat longer than that, but nobody believed that that meant we were going to keep the station in perpetuity so that 500 years from now, we'd still have it. And we have reached a situation where it is not practical to keep the station, and we got to do something about it. Um, I don't know how, there is no easy guideline for how to decide what figures of these various ones we've heard, except that we all know that the figures are going to be something different than any that have been suggested here. And what they're going to be, who knows? I want to keep the fire station, but the survey showed that we don't have the money. We can't afford to keep the fire station. So I think we have to move on with the alternative that doesn't include the fire station.
Elizabeth Breckus, do you want to say something, or should I make my remarks?
You know, I'm sorry. I did want to just add a couple things, which is I am concerned about fire insurance. I think that's a real concern. And, you know, I think the survey wasn't poorly done. I think you could always ask whether everybody was engaged, but I do think there was an indication in the survey that people felt that way. And then even in my conversations with residents, I've heard more people say when they've looked at the numbers, oh my God, like what, I'm going to pay 40,000 over 30 years or 15, sign me up for the 15. So it's really hard not to respect that, because I know that there's more people here opposed than not, but there's more people I've heard from in the community that are supporting. Having said that, I really think that we need to at least give the direction and communication that if we made this decision tonight, then we go out and have this negotiation, and depending on that, the issue could be revisited, because we could end up saying, okay, we made this decision, but now we went out and had the negotiation, and now we're going to proceed with, you know, a renegotiation of our JPA. And I'm kind of confused as to where that's going to happen, because are we immediately going to begin analysis of a scaled down civic center and drop 200K into that while having this negotiation and not knowing what that cost delta will be for us? Or how are we going to handle it? I just want to raise that that's an issue, because frankly, if Ross's costs remain the same and or go up, and or we have less autonomy as in negotiating future costs, then we really should revisit this conversation. And then at that point, it might make sense for us to say, okay, well, should we look at spending some money to look at this plan and then give residents a really better look at what the difference is between the two plans? So I just want to put that out there in case we're headed in that direction. Thank you.
My views are, I would love to retain the fire station, but the questionnaire is pretty brutally honest. And unfortunately, there was no traction in the private fundraising results either. And I thank Molly Gamble and the people who helped her with that effort. From what I've heard from Joe and Jason, there is an opportunity for the operational costs of our fire service to go down. So I think that's an opportunity, and I'm pretty confident based on what I've heard from Joe and Jason that that's going to be the case. And I don't think that even if they were to go up, they're not going to go up by the cost of a firehouse over a 50-year time period. That seems pretty extraordinary. A couple people have made the comment that we should be delaying this decision because of COVID and because people have not been able to participate in person. And if anything, I have seen over the last year, because it's been a year, more participation in our meetings than prior to COVID, because, you know, a lot of people are sitting around in their pajamas participating or having dinner or whatever people are doing. So, and I feel like we've been discussing these issues for at least 8 months, probably more like a year and a half in terms of all the consultants reports that we've received, et cetera. And I just don't think we should wait any longer. I think that's part of the problem of prior councils who have waited. This was looked at in 2010 and people, I don't know what happened in 2010. I didn't go back and look at the meeting minutes. I probably should have, but nothing was done. And, you know, I think we really need to take action and address this and move forward. So I agree with what Elizabeth Robbins said and what Bill and Beach and Elizabeth Brecka said too. I think we should move forward. I do value and appreciate the work that all the citizens have done, all the letters, all the participation. That shows a deep care for our town. And there'll be plenty more opportunities during the design and during the master plan phase and during the environmental review for further participation. And we need your input and we want your input. So I'm hopeful that we can work together and come up with the best product for our town. One other thing I just wanted to share, someone said in a letter that we were, by this decision, we were terminating fire protection services in Ross. And I just want to be clear that this decision does not do that in any way. We would not make that decision if that was happening. So maybe we should have a motion now. We're done discussing.
I'm sorry that it doesn't look like it's in the cards to keep the fire station, because it would be lovely to keep it, and I think many people would like to, but I don't see that happening. So I will move that we instruct the town to proceed with plans to renovate, to rebuild the police and the paramedic and the administrative buildings.
I'll second that motion.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Reluctantly, aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
And Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
So the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Could we take a 10-minute break right now before we go to the draft EIR? Is that okay with everyone?
What time are we coming back then?
We are coming back at 8:52.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll pause it accordingly.
Now at item number 12, discussion of the town's comment letter for the Corte Madera Creek Flood Risk Management Project Draft Environmental Impact Report. Rich.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we are asking Town Council to discuss and authorize the town manager to sign the attached draft comment letter regarding the Corte Madera Creek Flood Risk Management Project Phase 1 Draft Environmental Impact Report. And before I get started, we did, the town staff and council received a lot of letters and correspondence from the public. And I just want to make it clear that staff and council are going to do our best to take into consideration the public comment that's been received. But a reminder, the public must still submit their own comments to the draft EIR directly to the county by the March 17th deadline. This letter is only pertains to Town of Ross staff and council's comments. So let's see. Discussion outline, we're going to again look at the CEQA process. What exactly is an EIR? What is our purpose here tonight? Do a comment letter overview of our comments to the county. A little bit of clarification and analysis, look at the tree removal ordinance, get some clarification on that, the proposed project trees, and some of the flood protection benefits. Council asked last time to get some side-by-side comparisons of the project, the alternative, and compare that to existing and compared to each other. And then we're going to just go look at the next steps in the process. And then we'll go to questions and comments and questions and discussion. So again, what is an environmental impact report that we're looking at here? It does not advocate for or against a project, of course. It describes the proposed project in its environmental setting and the probable impacts and feasible ways of reducing or eliminating those impacts, analyzes cumulative effects, and provides for alternatives to the proposed project. So the comment letter overview, really briefly, it was a 2 or 3 page letter, so I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but just the salient points here. With regards to the basic steps for evaluating the adequacy of an EIR, does the EIR support assumptions and conclusions with substantial evidence? So we addressed under that category the 10-year growth, tree growth. Is that sufficient to mitigate the impact of visual resources? Or do we need to look at a 20 or even a 25 or 30 year? We feel that currently the assumptions and conclusions are not supported with substantial evidence in that respect. We need to verify all the numbers, the number and size of trees to be removed, replanted, the integrity of the hydraulic modeling. Construction costs, is the project fiscally responsible? Those are the types of numbers and figures we want to look at. We want to analyze the extent of potential significant impacts. Were there sufficient view perspectives provided showing the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers worst case situation where we have the 15-foot buffer around the flood walls? And we did put in each of these cases into our comment letter. Does the EIR make mitigation measures effective and enforceable? So a few times in our letter, we went ahead and defined the maintenance. We requested that the county define the maintenance responsibilities of the trees, the trail, and the park amenities. And under a MOU, or memorandum of understanding, with regards to the responsibilities of maintenance, and within that MOU, we'd set performance standards for the tree and landscape propagation, and that sort of thing. So in that respect, our comment letter, as staff feels, covers those and several other items adequately. So let's talk a little bit about the town's tree removal and alteration ordinance as it pertains to this project. So the town's ordinance requires a permit to remove or alter trees that are greater than 6 inches in diameter. And this is these are the parameters when you have an open space unimproved parcel, which is likely to be the category here for Frederick Allen Park. The permit authority is given to the Public Works Director. However, I work for Joe and I exist at the pleasure of the council. So of course, I will be not operating in a vacuum in that respect. We asked that the replanting observe non-intrusion zones. Those are areas where you can't build structures, you can't have parking spaces and that sort of thing. And under normally that's the drip line of the tree itself. So the replacement ratio. So the EIR describes up to 144 trees to be removed. And then it says, well, 89 to 125 trees planted. So our ordinance requires a 1-to-1 replacement for healthy trees. And most of the trees, I believe, at Frederick Allen Park are healthy. So what that 1-to-1 replacement means is if you remove a 24-inch tree, you will need to plant, say, 3 8-inch trees or 2 12-inch diameter trees. And that's what the 1-to-1 replacement means. At 3 8-inch trees per 24-inch tree removed, there's going to be a lot of trees that are a lot more than the 89 to 125 trees that are going to need to be planted. What's really happening here is the county and the project proponents are running out of places to plant all these trees, but they will need to be planted, and we'll need to work with the county to determine how to make up that deficit of the trees required to be planted. The marginal trees require a 1 to 3 replacement. That means if you have a 21-inch tree that's in marginal health, you remove it, you only need to replace it with a 7-inch tree. Trees in poor condition only require a 2-inch replacement tree. The ordinance requires that replacement trees should have the same mature size as the trees that have been removed. That's an important concept as we move forward. And then a look at the replacement tree size is codified in Ross Municipal Code. So you've seen the 24-inch box replacement tree. That's actually the equivalent of a 2-inch replacement trunk diameter. So it's not a very large tree. The 36-inch box is a 3-inch, and the 48-inch box replacement tree is a 4-inch replacement tree. So the purpose of this slide is to get council familiar with the tree ordinance and how moving forward into a design review and when we actually have a project on how we're going to evaluate the tree replacement within the project. So a part of the clarification analysis is the site plan itself. I got some comments from the folks along Poplar Avenue about the tree replacement and what is actually happening out there. So I put in the addresses along Poplar Avenue. This is that open parcel next to, I think it's called the mine tank, where you can actually walk and access the park through here, just to give you some perspective. 27 Poplar is that little commercial area with a parking lot in the back. And then I also showed the existing concrete channel a little bit better here for discussion. So very interesting to see it next time you're walking out in the park, if you come and walk up to where this parking lot is next to this adjacent residence, you will, the new creek is actually going to be on this side of the concrete channel. So, and the bike path will be over kind of where the dirt path is, where the kids kind of do their jumps and their bike stunts along here. So if you stand in that kind of dirt pathway with this parking lot to your back, the creek bottom would be at where the bike path is now. So that gives you a pretty good perspective of the grade change that's going to happen through here. And it's going to, the path is not going to dive down too much. It's going to be, it needs to be accessible. So it can't be over 5%. But these walls we built here in this area will dive down, drop in elevation fairly rapidly, but not in a dangerous manner, because we're still, there's a pathway here that would come down to the creek and that sort of thing. So the purpose of this slide is just to kind of give you an idea of the project layout. I also wanted to talk about the existing trees are these sort of shaded trees in this area over here, right next to the tennis courts. The majority of these trees are going to remain. A few trees, additional trees, will be planted within that grove between these properties and the bike path itself. Back over here, so when you enter the park here with that little stairway, brick stairway, you've got a bench in the trash can here, and you've got the Frederick Allen Park sign right about here. So these trees, for the most part, are going to remain here too. And then additional trees will be planted here for screening. But again, there's so many trees that the county will have to plant to meet our tree ordinance, that there's going to be no shortage of trees for sure. So, and this is just kind of a blow up of that area. But I think this is really helpful to see where this wall, the concrete channel wall is right now with respect to what the proposed project is planning for this area. So I'll talk a little bit about flood protection benefits, and I also wanted to talk about some of the some buzzwords that have been going around and get some clarification on that based on my own experience as a civil engineer and my discussions for the past 3 or 4 years with the hydrogeologists and the hydrologists and the other engineers who've evaluated this project. So supercritical open channel flow is not a desirable flow regime. This goes back to my days in college and studying open channel flow. Civil engineers will avoid this in open channel design wherever possible. Yes, it increases the velocity and provides increased conveyance to a downstream location. You're moving your water to your downstream neighbor, but it's fast, unsteady, turbulent flow. It's dangerous. If you fall in, you are in trouble. And that high velocity causes increased scour and erosion. Worse than that, if you fall in and actually survive the turbulent flow, you're going to hit a hydraulic jump where that supercritical flow turns to subcritical flow. That is inevitable. It's going to happen probably down by the College Avenue bridge is where it happens, especially when you have a high tide. If you've ever seen the guys who surf the Columbia River in Oregon with those waves, perpetual waves, that is an area of where supercritical changes to subcritical, basically two entirely different flow regimes and energy components. And it's a very dangerous situation. So then moving on to the hydraulic model. The hydraulic model, based on our peer review, represents the best available information. The results were peer reviewed by Schaff and Wheeler. They overall agreed that the parameters used in the model represent best engineering practices. I would say it's easier to model a pinpoint landing on Mars than to try to predict how an actual storm characteristic will perform. I mean, let's look at a 100-year storm. You can get, if you have 0.3 inches of rain falling per hour over 2 days, well, that's a 100-year storm. If you get 1.25 inches per hour falling over 2 hours, well, that's a 100-year storm. What do you model for? How do the hydrologists determine what is the best way to model this? There's so many uncertainties with this type of modeling that you can only rely on best engineering practices and your own knowledge of the storms that come in from Alaska and that come through the Bay Area. That's what this model is based on, the typical type of storm that comes through the Bay Area. But there's no storm that's ever quite alike. So you can only model these things and have that certain level of accuracy based on the level of accuracy and integrity of the data that you're using. So this HEC-RAS model software has been used throughout the United States and the world for thousands of successful flood control projects. There's really, I don't want to discourage any sort of critical review of the model, but there's really, it's a time-proven type analysis in order to generate these type of successful project designs. So, and I want to move on then to the Corte Madera Creek project upstream of Ross Creek confluence. Those projects like the San Anselmo Safer project have little, if any, impact on the Corte Madera Creek projects downstream of the Ross Creek confluence. So no one's building new parking lots in Fairfax, big commercial centers, housing developments in San Anselmo. That's not happening. There's no increase of net flow in this watershed, or very, very little, especially with the increase in the community's no net runoff and no net increase in impervious surfaces. That's just not happening. The overland flow from Shady Lane joins the Corte Madera Creek at Ross Creek. So this is as good as a view as any to demonstrate what's happening. So this is Shady Lane. This is Southwood and Norwood right up here, Ames Avenue. This matches very closely to FEMA's Riverine study of 2014 that determined the regulatory floodways that run through Ross. You've got let's see my mouse going here. Hopefully you can see my mouse. You've got Ross Creek and most of the flooding this is a 100-year storm. Most of the flooding coming from San Anselmo that went down San Anselmo Avenue, down Bolinas and turned into Shady is coming through and joining the Corte Madera Creek here at Ross Creek. You notice in here, there's not a lot of flooding activity with the model, although this area does flood because the storm drains do back up, but it's standing water type flooding, maybe a little bit of movement, but not much. So my point here is that let's say, throwing some numbers out, with SAFER, you might have 3,000 CFS coming in the channel and only 1,000 coming here down Shady Lane and Ross Creek, for a total of 4,000 CFS here. All right, take SAFER away. So let's say you have 2,000 here now and you got 2,000 here. Well, it's still 4,000 CFS. And so when you come down to here, where you have Lagunitas Road right here, whatever you're doing up in Fairfax, whether it's detention basins or you're diverting the water to remain in the channel and not going over bank, or whatever you're doing up in San Anselmo and Fairfax, by the time it passes the confluence of Ross Creek, the impact to the Corte Madera Creek project that we're looking at today is nominal. It's not even worth mentioning. And again, this is a 100-year storm. So any talk about why aren't you looking at what's happening up in Corte Madera, up in the San Anselmo flood risk reduction project, why are you disregarding that? Well, we're disregarding that because it's disregarded. It's not applicable. So just wanted to go over those points. I kind of promise I'll never talk about them again, but I did want to make sure everybody understands that. So we were asked to also do some more analysis, the comparison of alternative one with the proposed project and the flood benefits there. And I'm going to get to some more detailed mapping, but I wanted to look at these two tables. This table, the lower table, is from the EIR. It shows this is for a 25-year storm. These are the structures that would no longer be impacted by a storm. Now, impacted, we don't know whether impact means the finished floor is flooded, the crawl space is flooded, or whatever. This just means the water is touching the structure based on the three-dimensional model and the topographic, the digitized topography. So commercial properties that would see no longer inundated would be one commercial property, greater than 1 foot reduction in flood depth. That's two properties in commercial, 17 institutional. I think that's mostly Magic and the town hall buildings and the school, and 48 residential properties would theoretically see greater than 1 foot reduction in flood. And this is the proposed project down here. 35 residential properties would see 1.5 foot to 1 foot. And then 14 properties would see between 0.2 and 0.5 foot. And these are totals: 99 residential, 23 institutional, 11 commercial. Now, this table up here was done by Schaff and Wheeler as part of their peer review and evaluation. So this shows the additional properties that would receive a flood benefit if you did the proposed project compared to doing alternative one, which is leaving the concrete channel intact. So this shows the additional flood benefit by not doing alternative one. So you'd see 6 additional residential properties would no longer be inundated. 3 additional residents would see a greater than 1 foot reduction in flood depth. 8 additional between 0.5 foot and 1, and 29 additional properties between 0.2 and 0.5 feet. All right, so bearing with me. So what we're going to do is we're going to, this is as close to a side-by-side that I could get with the size of the screen that we have. So I'm going to look at the 10-year, the 25-year, and the 100-year for the existing condition, the proposed project, and then the alternative one. And then you kind of go back and forth between alternative one and the proposed project to see any benefits from that. So this is the existing condition for the 10-year storm. Even you can see that in this green area, it's between 0.5 and 1 foot of flooding, even in a 10-year storm, coming through the town, coming through Ross. This is Ross Common here, Redwood, and this is Poplar turning to Kent Avenue. So even a 10-year storm where we get a bit of flooding in town. So with the proposed project, we see quite a bit of flood reduction. I think everybody agrees that it's a project that is going to provide flood protection for the town of Ross, and that most of the flood protection does come from the removal of the fish ladder. So if we look at the alternative one 10-year storm, let me go backwards. So alternative one compared to the proposed project of the 10-year, there isn't much difference. If you went with alternative one, you can see a little bit more flooding up here in kind of the Sylvan Lane, between Sylvan Lane and the creek. It's going to toggle back and forth here. Nope, that's that. So proposed project, alternative one, not much difference. So let's go to the 25 years. So an existing condition in the 25-year, we start seeing some pretty significant flooding in the blue. You can see on the color ramp over here, blue, you're starting to get into 2.5 foot depth of flooding. This is depth of flooding, where this is the area. I think that's the residence that's along Sir Francis Drake. These properties along Sylvan Lane will see some significant flooding. This is the existing condition. So if we move on to the existing condition with the proposed project, so that's existing, and then you implement the proposed project, you see quite a bit of reduction here with the project. And then when you compare alternative one with the proposed project, you can actually, I think, down here along the properties along Sir Francis Drake, downstream of Lagunitas, they seem to get some additional benefits. So you're looking here, alternative one, you see the extent of the flooding. But if you go with the proposed project, you see some reduction in flooding along there for the 25-year. Other places, not so much. It's really just along the Sir Francis Drake homes south of Lagunitas. So existing the 100 years. So 100 year, we're all in big trouble here in Ross. This is the Ross Common over here. This is Allen Lane and Murphy Creek that runs behind the school is going to see some significant flooding. Poplar and Kent are actually a regulatory floodway that will convey the floodwaters, and we see just pretty extensive flooding in the 2 to 3 foot range. So you do the proposed project, you do see quite a bit of benefit and reduction in flood between the proposed project and the 100 year. Hopefully you're able to kind of visualize that. So then you have the proposed project in the 100 year, and then you have alternative one. So there isn't all that much of a difference between the two. This big area in red down here with the proposed project, well, that's where they're actually removing the floodplain park, and they're lowering the ground surface. And when you lower the ground surface, you're going to have more depth. So that goes away when you go with alternative one. Looks like with alternative one, there's some flooding over here, and that's the old Corte Madera Creek down here, would get some pretty deep flooding that does go away with the proposed project. But the differences are there. They are they're not to any great extent, but I did want to identify, let you see those differences. Okay, then we're going to move on. So the next steps, the project schedule. The draft period, of course, ends on March 17th. The county held a public hearing on March 2nd, 2021 to take oral comments in on the EIR. The publication and certification of the final EIR is tentatively scheduled for June, probably more likely July of 2021. The basic permitting requirements for the town, we have the design review and the encroachment agreements around the summer of 2021, which more or less match the certification of the EIR. Building and grading permits, where you have a final design, we're ready to issue those. That is scheduled, hopefully, or according to the county, they would really like to get moving with permitting by fall 2021. Construction starting in April 2022. Frederick Allen Park construction for the proposed project would be June to October 2022. Completing the project in October of 2022. That is the schedule. So the next steps, of course, this is from the last month's council meeting. We will have a design review, a discretionary design review, where the project is presented to council. Planning is review criteria and standards, preserve natural areas, preservation of views, the natural environment, consideration of landscaping, health and safety, visual focus, and low impact development. So that concludes my presentation, and staff here is available to answer any questions you might have, and I will turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Rich. Is there any way you could email to council members that presentation so we could have those slides?
I can turn it into a high-res PDF and send it to everybody.
Okay, thank you. That would be really helpful.
Okay. Should I stop the share or should I leave this up?
You could stop the share. That would be good so I could see people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Questions from council members to Rich? Beach. You're on mute.
Rich, that's a great presentation. And I may be previous to this question. There may be more presentation that's going to come that'll answer this question, but I'm not sure, so I'm asking it now. Could we, if we wished to do so, in our suggestions or our requests for changes to the EIR, indicate that we favored alternative, if it was so, that we favored alternative one over the proposed project? In other words, what I have in mind is, if that's the case, shouldn't we let the county know it so they don't waste a lot of energy working on something that is not going to get by us anyway?
Right. And I'm going to let Pat or Ben answer, but I will throw in that it doesn't appear to me to be an element of the California Environmental Quality Act, which is the purpose of the letter. I don't think we want to mix those issues. They are valid issues with merit, but I don't think that's applicable to the comment letter on the environmental impact report.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say that the purpose of we're planning on having a workshop down the road, which would then relay to the county our preference, if there is one, for an alternative. But for the purposes of this item, which is the letter that's commenting on the draft EIR, that's not really a comment that would be directly related to an impact.
Thank you.
Elizabeth.
So thank you, Rich. That was really a very balanced presentation. I felt like it was much more balanced than what the Board of Supervisors was given. So thank you. I had mentioned this in my email to you, but I think that the draft EIR needs to have better drawings of what Allen Park will look like. The way they've drawn it and describe it, they're telling us we're going to be left with a riparian paradise. But when you look at the drawings of where the flood walls are, you know, there's a 10-foot wall starting right at the fish ladder inside the creek that goes for hundreds of yards, I think, and then one on the other side, then those flood walls on the outside part of the park, and then the interior wall comes back again. We're going to be seeing those walls all the time, and they may be covered with graffiti, but we'll be seeing them all the time. And I don't think that the EIR acknowledges that. They showed one drawing that looks pastoral, but it doesn't show all these walls that, because of the Army Corps restrictions, there won't be trees there. You know, I mean, we can say that it's the worst case scenario that there won't be trees, but in fact, the standard, the Army Corps policy is that there won't be trees. So that I think we have to assume we won't have trees there. And most people aren't going to be looking at the drawing from, the one drawing they've given us looks upstream from the tennis courts and not right at Allen, not right at the fish ladder, where we're going to be, we have big flood walls right inside, you know, those retaining walls right inside the creek bed. And so I think that they've given us a very misleading representation of what it will look like. And I think that we should ask for in the letter, not just more pictures, but some specific locations. And the specific location I would add would be from the fish ladder looking downstream, because that's where most people will be looking. The other is, I think that it would be really helpful to see a better picture of where they're proposing planting trees in relationship to the flood walls, because you really can't tell that from the drawings. It's really hard to, there's one drawing, the figure ES-2, which is on page 25 of the PDF, that shows the flood walls really clearly, but when they show the pictures of the trees, you can't really tell where the trees are or where the flood walls are. So I think that they're giving us a very misleading look at what it will be. I don't think it begins to show the environmental degradation that's going to happen. So my request would be if we can have the letter has asked not just for more drawings, but specifically at least one that looks at downstream from the start of where the fish ladder starts. And I guess one other request is, you talked about the modeling, and I wonder if the EIR should mention not just the, you know, this is the standard modeling, but acknowledge the limitations of the modeling, because it may not play out as we're expecting, that, you know, the kind of the pooling of the water in Ross may not pool the way we expect, and it may not provide much benefit, and it may be detrimental to Ross. So I feel like there should be some, in the EIR, some acknowledgement of the limitations of the modeling. Those are my two comments.
Anybody else? I sent you a bunch of questions, Rich, and I can go over them really fast. Could we ask them to retain an arborist to give us an opinion about how fast all those trees are going to grow back? Because I don't know where they're getting that information from.
So that question is, we can ask for that definitely as we move into the design, and maybe Ben or Patrick can expand on the CEQA implications of it. But I would say that's a good idea to have that information as we're designing the project, whatever that project may be. But yes, it's a valid question. I don't think it's applicable to any impacts that could be identified by the EIR.
Well, and I'll just add that the impact that's identified is that there's a temporary impact from until the trees grow into position, and they're assuming 10 years in the EIR. In our letter, we do ask what the validity is of that 10 years, if that's accurately reflecting what it's going to be what it's going to take to bring us back to pre-project conditions. But also, as we move into the design phase, one thing we will be looking at is if that is the project that's chosen, that's a mitigation measure, and then we'll have our own arborist look at whatever the project arborist is proposing as trees to make sure that their growth rate is appropriate for filling that mitigation role.
Okay. I feel like we need a better understanding of the variance process for whether the Army Corps is going to let them plant trees up to the edge of the flood wall, or if they have to keep 15 feet away. Is that something we could ask them?
Yeah, in fact, there are some flood control staff in the audience. Maybe they could give you some insight right now on that, the variance process. But again, the EIR is showing the worst case scenario of that the variance is not being granted. So the EIR is adequate in that respect, but we definitely need to know this variance process, that's for sure.
And then the shade options that would be proposed, that's more of a design review issue, not a EIR letter, draft EIR letter comment.
Yes.
Okay. The consultant said in the meeting with the county that the project would create a significant flood risk reduction in the town of Ross. I don't really know what significant means. And based on those diagrams, it didn't seem like it was significant to me, using my definition of significant. So I'm just wondering, what they meant by that.
Well, if you saw when I was showing the slides of the existing flood condition, and then you went to the proposed project or the alternative one, there was, at least for the 25-year storm, a lot of the parcels were removed from any inundation. Significant is a subjective term. Significant to me would be, hey, my finished floor is flooded and now it's not. We just don't have that sort of information to make those sort of claims, in my opinion. So I agree.
And then they also claim that alternative one would provide less flood reduction than the proposed project. Based on what you showed us, it didn't seem like it, but I'm wondering if we could get them to put up some kind of story poles or markers so that we can better visualize what this thing's going to look like, especially prior to the time when we have a community workshop.
Yep.
So
I'll just chime in on that.
Yeah, go ahead,
That is
Patrick.
part of our design review policy, so that it's absolutely something that we can request that they include in their design review package.
But the design review wouldn't go forward until after they certify the EIR, right?
Correct. Yeah, I missed the last part of that where you said before our workshop.
Yeah.
So that's a request we can make. And I guess it'll be up to the district whether or not they'd want to grant that request, but that is something we can ask.
I think it would be really helpful for people to go out there and visualize what this thing's going to look like.
We were talking about that internally and thinking that maybe it would all be on the same day. Maybe the morning session would be the county would go out and set up some of those markers, story poles, mark out where the creek channel would be, and then we'd proceed with the workshop. And so we wouldn't have to meet on 2 different days. So, but we're definitely open to suggestions on how to structure this workshop. But that visualization definitely needs to happen, and that the staff is working on with the county. The county's indicated that they want to they want to go out there and do what they can to make the visualization more a lot better than what the plans would show. So.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Breckus.
Yeah, following up on your question, Julie, it's so frustrating because, Rich, as you say, what would mean significant to you is my finished floor wouldn't flood. And yet we've seen where, properties are said to be flood, but they take on 2 inches, which is unclear whether it ever comes in the house. And then if they're taken out, maybe they have some landscaping damage or effect, but like what is the real impact of it? It's just so hard to get that analysis. And I guess I'm wondering, you've been involved for a long time, like what's the and you've got surveying background too, right, Rich?
Yeah, I'm a licensed surveyor. Yeah.
Right. So what's the obstacle to the flood district providing decision makers that kind of analysis? Is it really an impossible feat? Is it, too expensive? Is it astronomically expensive? Because it just would be so much more helpful if, when we're looking at these things, if we had better data.
Yeah, I can't speak for the county. There may be some cost prohibitiveness to it, but all along I have felt that that's an essential part of the evaluation of flood risk reduction. I've been on record of saying, well, no one cares if your begonias are flooding, but your tomatoes are dry. That doesn't mean anything to flood risk reduction, really. So the county would have to answer that question.
Is there anyone from the county that can answer that? I mean, I know, like with this project, there's so many more properties. What was it, 96 residential? But like, when we've had, Winship Bridge or San Anselmo, there's been like 22. And it seems like they could just literally go out to the 22 properties and be like, hey, here's the story. And that would be super easy. I don't know what's involved in 96, but I keep wondering why we always get asked to make this information with like an assumption that the flood benefit is worth what we're taking on when we don't have that data.
Linda, can you see if anyone from the county might be willing to respond to that?
Rich, what name?
Yeah, we have Joanna Dixon and Suzanne Heim out there.
Okay, so I can bring in Joanna. You said Susanna Heim. Where is Susanna?
This is Joanna. Can you hear me?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, there's a lot of background though.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so on our GIS layers and map information, we have obviously the parcels, and we can tell where the modeling causes water surface rise or decrease on the parcels, but we don't actually have elevations for all structures. From some of the overhead aerial images, you can see footprints of buildings, but then we don't know if those buildings are a shed or a garage. They may have different elevations. It would take a very thorough survey to go through town and identify all the finished floors of any actual structures. So I think to this point, the district has been proceeding with the project knowing that there is a flood risk reduction benefit by doing the project for the 25-year storm event. And we would hope that that would be considered value to the town, regardless of the extent of that flood risk reduction. But I understand that the modifications to the park are a significant concern to the town. So obviously those are decisions for you all to consider.
Elizabeth Breckus.
Well, I mean, I'm in one of those property, not with this one, but with another one that was considered potentially impacted, and it would take 2 minutes for somebody to come to my house and be like, oh, here's your crawl space. It's 2.5 feet off grade. And that's the data. And I get if I had a shed, if I had a garage, I mean, maybe you would skip that, or maybe you would say, okay, that's worth another few minutes, but it would just be so quick and easy that even if you took 96 properties, it seems like it's worth the effort by the flood district to get the data. Certainly for the other projects, which had like 20, it seems really like a no-brainer to me that we would have looked at that, but and it wasn't, that data wasn't chased down. But even with this, I mean, you're asking us to go forward with millions of dollars a project and taxpayer dollars and everything else, and it just seems like flood district has all this time and energy to dedicate towards it, and it doesn't seem that hard. I'm kind of like baffled, because it really is one of those things where, yeah, I get you're looking at Marin maps. It's the easiest thing to pull up on the screen, but going out there and getting the information, maybe say, okay, we went to 96 properties and 80 gave us the data, but we couldn't get it for 16. I mean, I'd even take that, whatever more information would be helpful, because when you're talking about making such a major change to town, and then you're saying there's a benefit, there's a bit of trust me, and I may or may not know what I'm talking about, that I feel like we're being asked for because of the fact that the data is not great. And yet Ross, I mean, I'd just be curious what amount of tax dollars the town of Ross has put towards flood district, and what benefit we have seen, and what we're being asked to bear. And I just feel like can't help but feel like, even we all want flood improvement, but we just need better data. And it just seems like it's not that hard to get the data that would be more helpful.
Rich, could we add something like that in our comment letter?
Again, I don't see that as an impact, since it's flood risk reduction. There is some increase within the regulatory floodway, which we did comment on that. Patrick, do you see that as a impact that needs to be looked at?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. We have to point it to a resource area. So we could certainly include some language in the project description that, the research by the county is not adequate to really say what the effects of this project will be. So it's certainly something we could include, but there's not really an impact in the body of the EIR that we can point it to. But it's additional information that we can request that we'd like to see.
Anybody else before we open it up to the public? Okay, Linda, can you see if anybody has any public people have any comments or questions?
Okay, here's one. I don't know who this name is. GGP?
That's Gerald Page.
Okay.
I know that name.
Go ahead, Gerald.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. The point of the EIR, the draft EIR, any EIR, is to give you an understanding of what is proposed so you can make meaningful analysis of what you're looking at. To the degree that you are not getting the information you need to make a meaningful analysis, this document is deficient, and that is a legitimate point to raise. You don't have to raise every single place it is. You can merely say, this is not enabling us to come to the decision that we are supposed to be making. And in that line, then, if you separate alternative 1 and the district's proposed plan, it's quite all right to say that there is more local support as far as it being in line with the goals, plans, and ordinances of the town, and go and cite your general plan and your ordinances, which you have, but you can use that to favor alternative one if that's where you're headed. And then the last thing is the fish ladder removal is part of every one of these proposals except for the no project alternative. So it should not be lumped with the proposed project because it is also part of alternative one. And if you want to know about the effects and the consequences of the removal of the fish ladder, you listen to what Raymond Wong said at the Board of Supervisors, which is they are only 35% complete in their hydrology. And you look at the fact that the federal funding for the bridges, which is future projects that will affect all of these simulations, that is indefinitely removed from consideration because the funding's not there. These are important considerations and they do affect what you are trying to learn in order to make your decision. These are fair to raise, and I urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Next, I'm bringing in Brad O'Connell. Go ahead, Brad.
Oh, hi, this is Leslie, and then Brad will be adding some comments as well. A couple things. One is with regards to the review by that was provided by Schaff and Wheeler, bottom of page 7 under FRUTA numbers. Based on the red profile shown in figure 8, the proposed project, the profile shows what could be some sort of hydraulic instability or wave. Alternative 1 shows a smoother profile line. I don't know if there's somebody that can go into more elaboration on whether that kind of an instability is a serious concern. The peer review also mentioned 100-foot Lagunitas Bridge. And does that apply to all the alternatives? And then also it's a responsibility for the draft EIR to provide enough information on all the alternatives for us to compare them. And I'm not sure where Rich found those water surface elevation maps. The only ones I could find for alternative 1 were for future conditions, not for the current conditions. And I don't know why the draft EIR didn't include them. Also, the draft EIR did not address at all the overland water from the northeast side of Sir Francis Drake, which was brought up orally in one of their meetings before the draft EIR was written. And so there's several of these kind of detailed questions that weren't addressed. And then there's the larger consideration of how realistic it is for them to complete this project by December of 2022. If they were to start this project, stripping out all the trees, stripping out a section of the concrete channel, which has worked properly in the past, and not be able to finish it because I imagine it would be unrealistic to finish it by the end of 2022. What happens? That could be a very dire situation. I'm not sure how much time we've got left. Would Brad count as a separate 3 minutes, or
he's
come back later? He can come back later.
Leslie, I would encourage you to send in your comments separately.
Okay, and also we did send in comments before the last Ross Town meeting. I'm assuming those would be part of the record for this round as well, or do you want those resubmitted? This is for the town of Ross. We'll be sending in a letter on, to the county as well.
No, I'm just saying you need to send in your comments to the county separately.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will.
Great, thank you. Okay, Brad, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me get set up. Sorry. Okay. Let me just briefly talk about 4 themes: habitat, aesthetics, privacy, and efficacy. On habitat, there has been so much focus on the Frederick Allen Park side of the equation that I'm afraid that those of us on the left bank of the creek, on the Sir Francis Drake side, we have distinct concerns because there is a mature habitat on this side of the creek running down through several properties. There is a rather rich grove of trees. The proposed project would eliminate those. With little prospect we're going to really get anything back by virtue of the Army Corps' setback rules. It's not even clear anything is going to be planted in its place. But let's say it was. We're being offered what strikes me as a highly unrealistic promise that it'll all grow back in 10 years. And I think very few of us believe that is true. So we have now an existing mature grove of trees and everything that entails. It's the underbrush, the wildlife. All that is going to be raised in the hopes that maybe an artificially created one may ultimately grow back in 10 years. That's the habitat part. From that flows aesthetics.
You only have 1 more minute, so you gotta.
Okay, aesthetics, the loss of those trees means now we're looking at a grove of trees. We will be looking for years at basically dirt. We'll be looking into the back of businesses. So right now we have a more pastoral view, and this isn't just us, this is all the people along this part of Francis Drake. That will be gone. With it is an invasion of privacy because our homes will be visible across the creek from the path. Finally, efficacy, and that's what many people have already spoken to today. It sounds like all this adverse consequence is going to be imposed on the people on the set of properties along the left bank for very little in the way of actual flood reduction relative to alternative 1. So I appreciate the council's time, and I think the council intends to ask serious questions. I encourage all of you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Charlie?
Okay, so I'm sorry I got dropped off the internet, and hopefully you can hear me now.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. I wanted to first comment on what Beach had to say. Beach, back when we were working years ago, when the Corps came in, when I was mayor, we wrote a side letter to the county expressing all of our concerns. And I think that that's what we should be doing in expressing a letter regarding alternative 1. To start some comments, I take exception with what Rich had to say in his opening remarks about the supercritical speed that we currently have going down that 800 feet of the creek. As everybody knows, that has never overflowed. And in the 60 years that it has been there, no one has ever fallen in or been hurt there. The other thing that Rich says is it's hard to judge all of the measurements because we get more rain at one time and it goes for a longer period. If you take all of that into consideration, it never overflowed the banks in that 800 feet. I I don't understand why we want to spend millions of dollars of taxpayer money to take this out when it's never overflowed. We really need to look at the protection level that we currently have, which is 100-year. And now we're going to go tell people, oh, well, here's what we're going to do for you. We're going to give you 25-year level of protection. That makes no sense. Why would we accept a reduction in flood protection? In the last EIR, I submitted a question about the maintenance and about the number of truckloads of sediment that would be in there. It was not addressed in the EIR. And when I've asked the county about it, I've never gotten an answer. They have completely left out the area from the Winship Bridge to the Lagunitas Road Bridge. And that's a critical situation. And frankly, when Gerald talks about the 35% of the hydrology that's been done, they haven't done this work because they're relying on information that came from the Corps when the Corps had the bypass channel. And so the study was never really done. I want to just say that I think that alternative one is really the best alternative because it is less costly, it is less disruptive to the town, and it provides virtually the same level of protection that we have now. So thank you very much.
Charlie. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I don't see any more raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to make a comment or a suggestion before we move on? Okay, I don't think we need a motion or anything, right? No, that was just a discussion. Now that I'm talking to myself. Item number 13, town manager update and council discussion on town activities in response to COVID. Joe.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This should be a pretty fast update. Right now in Marin County overall, the COVID numbers are going down. The expectation, slightly, it's slowed down the rate, but they have been going down. The expectation right now, if patterns continue in the next 2 weeks, we will move from the red tier, which is the second tier, to the orange tier, which would allow more activities to start happening throughout the community and businesses. So that's a positive move. And right now on the vaccination front, about 30% of adults 18 and over have had at least one dose of the vaccine. Marin, of counties over 200,000 people, has the highest rate of vaccinations right now. So of any county in the state, over 200,000. Starting March 15th, right now who can get vaccinated is people over 65, and then some industries such as food service and essential service workers and education and childcare. Starting March 15th, the state is going to start taking over what the categories are. And one of the new categories is going to be people ages 16 to 64 that have chronic medical conditions. And with that is my update. If there's any questions.
Any questions? Does keeping care of a 23-year-old and a 25-year-old qualify as a child care provider? That's a joke. Okay. That's the end of our administrative agenda. We are moving on to public hearings on planning projects. Item number 14, 10 Fernhill Avenue, design review, variance, and nonconformity permit, and town council consideration of adoption of resolution number 2194.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Planner Matthew Weintraub. The item before you is the Stoll residence at 10 Fernhill Avenue. The property owners are Albert and Julie Stoll. The applicant is John Clark Architects, and I will be moving on to show you the site plan here on the cover title page. Shows the project location on the north side of Fernhill, abutting properties that are on Bolinas Avenue. And here are some property characteristics. The property is a long, narrow lot. The lot size meets the minimum 10,000 square foot standard. However, it has a non-conforming lot width, so it is constrained by non-conforming lot width. It's located in the flood zone, and there is a creek that runs along the back of the property as well. So here are some site plans that show the evolution of the project from when it was continued from the February 11th council meeting. The existing project site, we see the single family residence in this location surrounded by impervious landscaping and an existing non-conforming garage in this location. The previous project presented on February 11th involved a proposed new pool with conforming setbacks in this location, which included moving and reconstructing the non-conforming garage forward on its lot in this location, as well as replacing the impervious surfaces with permeable materials around the residence. The revised project presented tonight and consistent with council recommendations is to actually shift the pool to the west, so it actually encroaches into the west side yard setback, which has the approval of that neighbor, and then to reconstruct the garage in the same manner as was proposed, but with the front wall plane being equal to the existing wall plane as shown here, and again, as recommended by the council. Some landscape screening is proposed. I've identified all the new landscape screening in the current proposal. This does include additional screening as then what was presented at the last meeting. So there are new plantings along the side and rear property lines, as well as at the interior of the lot to screen the sight lines from adjacent properties. And the final tree locations would be field located for maximum screening as well. Here are the building details. Again, the building itself has not changed, would remain a 391 square foot garage. The side yard setback would be increased from 0 to 5, and the ridge height would be increased as previously mentioned from 11 to 14 feet. These are the project revisions implemented since February 11th when the council last saw the project. Again, the pool was shifted 7.5 feet to the west to maintain the existing garage front wall plane location and setback. There was a cap placed on the maximum height of the screening on the east side property line, and that cap is 20 feet and 5 inches. I should mention that the currently submitted plans show a figure of 22 feet. The applicant has submitted an amendment, project amendment in writing that would actually be 20 feet and 5 inches. So if the project is approved by incorporating that written amendment, which was transmitted to the council, the project would incorporate the maximum height of 20 feet, 5 inches for that landscape screening. That was requested by the neighbors at 8 Fernhill Avenue. The project also adds 3 new screening trees to the east side property line at the request of the owners of 8 Fernhill, and adjusted the locations of 2 screening trees at the rear property line. That was at the request of the neighbors of 47 Bolinas Avenue, and overall does increase the planting density and coverage on the property. Also, motion sensor control was added to the garage front light, and the existing lighting at the back of the residence would be modified to minimize and reduce existing glare. Public comments received on the project. The adjacent neighbors support the revised project. This includes the neighbor at 8 Fernhill Avenue. This is the east side yard neighbor adjacent to the reconstructed garage with a non-conforming setback, which would be increased from 0 to 5. With the additional mitigation measures, This neighbor does support the project and withdraws previous objections. Also 12 Fernhill Avenue on the west side yard neighbor adjacent to the new pool with a non-conforming setback also supports the project with the mitigation measures included. And the neighbor to the rear at 47 Bolinas Avenue also supports the project as proposed currently. So key issues for the council to consider are privacy and screening. The neighbor's previous concerns have been addressed by the revised project, and the ADR group does recommend approval. With respect to riparian zones and the creek that runs along the back of the property, there are no buildings located within 50 feet of the creek bank and no new development located within 25 feet of the creek bank, consistent with design review standards. And with respect to stormwater management, the project reduces the overall impervious surface coverage by more than 5%. And so the post-development stormwater runoff rates would be no greater than the pre-project rates. So the permits required include a variance to construct the new pool to encroach 7.5 feet into the minimum required west side yard setback, a nonconformity permit to extend, reconstruct, and structurally alter the existing garage, which has a nonconforming side yard setback, and also the overall property has nonconforming floor area. Would note, of course, that the floor area is not being increased, and design review to alter and reconstruct the existing garage, which is more than 200 square feet in size, to increase the building height and for an activity or project resulting in more than 50 cubic yards of grading. So in summary, staff recommends adoption of resolution number 2194, conditionally approving the variance, the nonconformity permit, and the design review to construct a new pool that encroaches into the west side yard setback, to reconstruct and alter an existing non-conforming garage accessory structure in the east side yard setback, and to construct new permeable paving and landscaping for the existing single-family residence at 10 Fernhill Avenue. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. I'll stop my screen share now unless there's any questions on the presentation itself.
Thank you, Matthew. Elizabeth Robbins, question.
I just have a quick question, but by moving the pool over, I noticed that puts the spa part really close to the neighbor's fence. Is that a problem? I mean, should that be flipped over? Should the spa be more, farther away from the fence, or is it okay to leave it? I mean, that did change, that's moved closer. Is that a problem is my question.
It did not receive any negative comments from the neighbors, including the neighbor at 12 Fernhill Avenue. So that would be, I think, something to consider and to ask the applicant if that's something they might consider to do. But at this time, it does not seem to be an issue. There's no indication that that's a problem.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Linda, could you bring in John as the applicant?
John, what's John's last name?
John Clark.
Okay, I just see one John. There's no last name. I will assume that's him. We'll find out.
If not, there's a Lisa Clark, maybe. Oh no, there you go.
Hello.
The one and only John.
I just want to say, John, you don't need to repeat anything that Matthew's already said. We'd like a really high level.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to, I completely agree, Julie. I just want to thank the council for their continued work on this project. The two changes that were made, the relocation of the garage and the relocation of the pool, have both been reviewed by the neighbors and they've accepted them without issue, which Matthew talked about. I just want to also point out that for all the plantings, it's been discussed that the invitation to be present during the time of planting has been extended to adjacent neighbors so they can be sure that the plants are going in the ideal spot to ensure adequate screening. Just an indication of the continued work by the Stolls to make sure that the screening is going to be doing its job. The plants that are going in The 3 new plants are 24-inch boxes, 12 to 14 inches tall at planting. The ones that are going in the northeast corner of the property, the 8 new trees that are back there, Matthew highlighted them in the diagram, but I just want to highlight that those are also 24-inch box trees that are 12 to 14 feet at the time of planting, and that the cap on the plants that are replacing the existing redwoods will be reviewed annually by an arborist with a recommendation for pruning. And that agreement has been mutually come to by both the current property owners, that it's the cap will be in place while they are residents there. I think with respect to the spa, for Elizabeth's question, from a construction perspective, the pool will not, there will be no greater impact for the spa going to the west versus to the east in the pool. From a circulation perspective, the center of the property access allows the steps into the pool better located where they're currently shown on the plan. So you're stepping into the pool as opposed to having to go across the spa. So I think from a function perspective and from a construction perspective, what's being proposed is a better solution. And as Matthew explained, there's been no issue brought up by the adjacent neighbor at 12 Fernhill. So thank you. And we hope that council can follow staff's recommendation to approve the project. I just want to thank you guys for your dedication and work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Linda, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this matter?
There are no raised hands. Oh, wait a minute, just as I said that. Rupert Russell. No, oh, wait a second. Oops.
I was gonna say he looks really different.
Sorry. No, that's not Rupert. Go ahead, Rupert.
Hi, guys. Just shut yours off. Sorry. Shut yours off. Okay, thanks. Sorry. John, just to confirm, the replacement trees, the 24-inch boxes, they're going to be 12 to 14 feet high, right, at planting?
That's correct.
Did you get that, John?
Yes, he said that's correct.
The replacements for the redwoods will be 12 to 14 feet high, right?
Yes, the replacement trees going in for the
Did you catch
redwoods
that?
that are being removed will be 12 to 14 feet at the time of planting, 24-inch
Sorry,
boxes. With
I'm
a
not sure whether you
20-foot.
can hear me or not.
Yeah, Rupert, we can hear you. I don't think you can hear us. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Anyway, I was just asking, just if John could just confirm that the replacements for the redwoods are the 24-inch boxes are going to be the 12 to 14 feet high ones.
That's correct. And they will,
So-
yep, and they'll have the 20-foot maximum, 20-foot 5-inch height, which matches the existing redwoods, to be monitored and recommended by an arborist to keep them at that height.
Okay, I just wanted to say thanks anyway. You guys have been terrific in working through with us, and I know there's been some difficult issues, but I'm very glad we've been able to resolve it and appreciate all the effort that you and the Stolls have put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupert. Anybody else, Linda?
There's no other raised hands right now.
Okay, could we bring it back? Is there any discussion, or could we just have a motion?
No, he did.
I move we approve resolution 2194.
Second.
Okay, let's take a vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
And Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night. Thank you very much.
All right, item number 15, no action items, council correspondence. Elizabeth Breckus.
So I've got continued correspondence and communications, a phone call I haven't even returned, about the dog park, just over and over actually. And I have to say that I continue to drive by there, dropping off my daughter, asking her, how's it going? Anybody using the dog park? And my own observations. And they're consistent with the people that are saying, no, it's not being used. So I'd like it if we could revisit that.
Is
No,
there
I
anyone
would-
else who wants that on the agenda?
Oh, I was gonna say, I mean, I would just assume let Joe and Michael keep working it out for another month or two until COVID settles down and then figure out what to do. That'd be my preference. So I wouldn't support it now.
I think that's,
I do support it now because I too keep getting phone calls. And it is true, as I understand it, that we have not, when we passed this rule, we did not make any provision for how it would be terminated.
The provisions for termination is either the end of COVID or council action. So there is a provision, but it's one of those.
Okay,
two.
then I think we've got to reconsider that. I don't think it ought to be council action.
so it sounds like we have two people who want it on the agenda, Joe. Any other council correspondence or items for future council meetings? Okay, well, thank you all for your thought and patience and time. And it's 10:16 and I will adjourn the meeting now.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.